finding strangers in our house and a group of people wanting to kill one of us. This is Roll for Adventure, and welcome to episode 40, the big 4-0. Want to say make sure to leave a comment asking what NPC character would you guys like drawn next? Let's get into it.
Alrighty. Having finally made your way back to the city, going about your duties, reporting that you had arrived back, albeit a couple of months later than expected, talking with Sebastian, eventually seeking Carmine, finding what was left of Elowin, a message on the wall naming the Lady of Decay as a player in whatever game you're currently investigating. Yorna and Lily eventually making their way back to Yorna's home, where you had found fresh fruit in the bowl, firewood next to the fire, fresh embers, like someone had been using this as a home base. Concerned that maybe it was Garver playing some sick trick, you scurried around to make yourselves unseen before the crackle of spellcraft and a set of footsteps entered the building. After a tense moment, broken by someone calling out Yorna's name, and you very quickly realizing that it was Yorna's brother who'd been in town tending to the gardens, looking over the home and staying in this still somewhat communal house, somewhat mostly belonging to Yorna. Lily had inquired to the whereabouts of her father, trying to pull on what ties might have been there. And Strider making your way to the House of Gold, encountering an interesting-looking mage on the way there, and then running into Victoria, who was back in town, warning you that potentially some members of the house were not to be trusted, that they had something to do with your long, distant past. Upon entering, you had a conversation with Calvar that shed a lot of light on a few interesting things, gave you some leads, gave him some leads. But finding an ally or two that you could trust within the city. As we come back in here now to this session, is there anything anyone's doing before sitting down for rest at houses or Sebastian's?
If it's easier for me to just get to Sebastian's without any trouble, I would like to just speak to him before sleeping.
Yeah, of course. Make your way back there.
Just walk in. Sorry it's so late.
It's all right. Late nights and early mornings recently.
We seem to have some allies on our mission in finding a
Oh,
kind of apparently, I don't know if you've known this, maybe you did. Calvar, House of Gold, has been researching into Bellwood's downfall and trying to see what actually happened.
Heard whispers, but nothing I could confirm.
Well, apparently, he sent someone out to get me while I was actually going over there. Apparently, some of the masked men might be some of the people at the House of Gold.
I mean, I've had my suspicions, but there's been no way to confirm anything.
I agree. But he shared every information he had, and I shared what we knew of him, just because he seems trustworthy, and he did put up a zone of truth spell around us.
Very good.
Though it does apparently mean that some of them might want to hurt me, or maybe even you, to get to me. So just be careful.
Yeah.
On worse note, I really hate that everything just keeps going down this hill of bad things. I have a pretty strong suspicion that my sister might be known as the Queen of Steel.
As you say that, he's like sipping on a cup of tea. Apologies. What?
Yeah, everything that I've heard about this Queen of Steel matches what I know of her so far.
That's not an uncommon name to hear coming up. That would be concerning.
I think Vorg has this. There's a sadness in him, sure, saying that, but there's also like a smile. I hate what she's. I know that this group is doing coups and whatnot, and I don't know what those coups are against, and if those people are bad or good. A part of me is proud that she's was able to become so strong and is in a way untouchable. I just wish she wasn't untouchable from us and came for us for help.
At least she's standing up to something. Hopefully she's got good reason.
If I didn't want to find her 100% already, I do now, because we need to get her out of there before she's found out. She can still live a normal life if we stop her from being caught.
If these masked men are after you, chances are they're after her as well.
Seems like she's after them. Apparently, this figure, well, the Queen of Steel, has been notably mentioned at all the sites of masked men being defeated.
Everything's coming to a boil at once.
Which leads me to a request.
Another one, all right.
You're really good at these types of things, I would say, perhaps. And I put the burnt mask on. Could you maybe remake the mask and make a silver cloak? Or find one?
I can try my best.
I have a dumb idea brewing to find her.
I have a hunch.
Smart ideas haven't worked yet, so why not a dumb one, right?
Fair enough.
Well, on that note, there's only going to be a long day of... Don't even know what to say about tomorrow. So...
Go get some rest. God, I need to shave.
And get sleep. The bags on your eyes are terrifying.
Understood.
You're not supposed to look this unusual when I'm the one drinking deadly potions and poisons.
Don't go disappearing for 2 months at a time then.
That's fair. I apologize. Just a few days this time, hopefully.
Hopefully.
And I will go find wherever I normally sleep if I stay here.
Yeah. Settle off. Anything that's happening down in Yorna's homestead before settling down for sleep?
I like to attune to the globes.
Oh, yes.
And after I attune, I want to sneak out of the house.
Alrighty. Okay.
What in the fresh hell?
Then is there anything that Yorna's doing in the evening before settling down for bed?
Not really. Probably just catch up with Dalton and just let him know that if he does find himself like going back to Wood Inn or making contact with Wood Inn folks, to just give them an update from my end. And that's pretty much the gist of it.
Sweet. You have a bit of a conversation then, settle down for a night's rest. And eventually, Lily makes her way out of the house. Where are you off to?
I want to go by Jim's like forge just to see like the status on how it is.
Totally. You make your way over to the other side of town, past a few of the more familiar buildings that you frequented a few weeks ago, or a few months now. Making your way down the city front, past where all of the damaged buildings have been since repaired in your absence. Making your way to the Orporium.
What does it look like right now?
You can see that there's still some reinforcement on the windows from during the attack that just hasn't been taken down yet. But even though it is getting quite late, there's still smoke coming from one of the chimneys. You can still see light burning from inside the building.
Any windows I can look through?
Yeah, definitely.
I like to peek inside.
Walk over and take a peek in. You can see the large automaton forge golem that they have is still functioning, still being used. You can see mountains of metallic scrap that are piled up against a corner of the room from various warden components and shields, and you can see full arms and legs sticking out of this rubble heap in places, just the carnage of the aftermath of a lot of these automatons being shut down. But you can see Jim and what looks like maybe two other dwarves that are like busy shoveling and recycling metals into ingots and making use of all of the steel.
Cheeky dwarves.
Who is it?
It's Lily.
Over the door. Haven't seen you in a while.
And a lot of stuff happened.
Like comes up and gives you a bit of like a one-armed hug around the waist from dwarven height.
How's the city been?
Hectic, but it's been keeping us busy. Can't complain.
Notice that big pile.
Aye, there's plenty to process. They're keeping us on our toes, but we're making do.
You support not bringing back the wardens?
City's commissioned us to at least get rid of the ones that can't be repaired for now, but we're still playing it by ear. Can't say we want what happened to happen again, but...
Oh, well, what do you think we should do?
I don't know. I see that there's been more legionnaires on the streets, but they don't look up to scratch.
They seem very novice.
I really don't know. Going to be unprotected for a while either way, I think, but...
And you're staying here?
Yeah, got work to do. I think we'll be fine. Defended ourselves last time. We'll do it again.
Well, like even after the festival, you're still here. I thought you'd be back. And
I'll do the rounds at some point. Pick up things, making sure the store's still going here while we're busy. I'll head back to Dawnhammer at some point.
Well, I'm glad you're doing okay.
Hey, you too, you alright? You look a bit different.
Like I said, a lot of stuff happened.
Hey. Well, if you ever need to talk, you can lend an ear while the forge is heating. We'll be around.
Oh, even though it's been a long time, has anyone come to you asking about me?
I mean, we had a child come by a couple of weeks ago asking for a songbird.
No.
There was this crazy old fella that stopped by.
I didn't think it was a child. Old guy?
Yeah, came through mumbling something, but yeah, we shooed him away. Homeless looking fella. They come around here every so often.
Do you remember anything else about his appearance?
Disheveled robes, broken pair of glasses.
And when was this?
Probably about... it looks over at a bit of a calendar on the wall. It's maybe 4 or 5 days.
Okay.
You alright? You were looking for someone?
Kind of. Just keeping tabs.
Of course, of course. Well, if you need any help, let me know. It's good to see you. Good to see you.
Hope your night is going well.
It will be once we finish up here. Your friends still doing okay? The ones you were hanging around with?
Yeah, they're alright.
Yeah, that's good. They seemed like they knew how to get themselves into trouble.
Oh, well, they haven't caused much trouble lately.
That's good. That's good. All right. Well, you stay safe. Come around if you ever need.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. Kind of slowly shuts the door as you know.
Now I'd like to head over to Lou.
Oh, interesting.
One of these days, those questions.
I'm troubled.
One of these days is that one question that keeps getting asked. Maybe it's like, "How are your other friends?" To all of us is going to be like, "They're dead."
Yeah, one
That's
day.
real awkward.
Yeah. Okay, you make your way up in the late night air to the low stone, kind of
Quite the out.
making your way up past some of those businesses and homesteads in the low stone until eventually, are you taking the tea shop entrance or are you making your way into the understone to go in the back?
I like to check the tea shop entrance.
Yeah. Tea shop is a bit of an oddity here in the city. It's the only kind of small business that's open until 2 in the morning when it really doesn't need to be. So you make your way up and the
Hell
elderly woman standing at the front. Oh, hello, dear.
Hello.
Here to buy something.
Yes, one moment.
Okay.
The usual, please?
Do you have a usual? I'm sorry, I don't recognize you.
Shit. Can I see Lou?
That is the most Lily thing I've ever
Give me a persuasion check.
You don't remember the password.
I love that.
Where's my
What
thing?
was the password?
I'll say it once she's in, or
Yeah.
if she does get in.
I'll just roll in. If it's below a 10, then it's automatic 10. Persuasion. 26.
26.
Jesus.
Oh, yes, I remember you. Follow me, dear. Next time you're in, ask for Lou's special blend.
Alright.
Ah.
She takes you down the hall. The lights kind of dim as you make your way down there. Eventually, you get closer to the end. You just start to hear this.
Oh my god.
Shouldn't he be awake?
He goes, probably, yes. She walks over and just jabs his foot with her cane.
No.
Hello.
Oh, that didn't hurt you?
What?
Never mind.
All right. Weapons?
Weapons?
At the door. Leave the weapons at the door.
Do I have any
Got a
weapons?
sword?
Yeah, a sword. Wait, show you.
Right. He takes it and puts it this stuff. Have fun. Opens the door and lets you in. You step into the familiar air of the den. That dark kind of mood lighting that is always present in this space. You can see that there's a different collection of colours in here. When last you were here, everything coming out of the top of these big smoke pipes was all pink violet. Now there's some more typical puffs of greys and whites and the faintest tinge of green of something that's wafting through the air. There's a few people that still seem to have a small supply of violet and are kind of keeping it to themselves, but for the most part, there's patronage here, but it's quiet compared to some nights. As usual, you can see Lou kind of leant up at the back on that big, reclined, beanbag-like sofa at the back of the room.
Is he like with anyone right now?
Doesn't seem to be. Just got his pipe in his hand.
I woke up and they push a curtain.
Oh, hello, dear.
Hello.
You're alone.
Yes.
Been a while since I've had the company of any of your group.
We've been busy.
So I hear.
How's business going?
We're recovering slowly now that Violet has seemingly disappeared off of the menu, but we're finding some new supply of interesting concoctions.
Were you able to get any information for me?
Remind me again what you were after.
It was to do with a ring. I don't have it at the moment. But it was mainly like a family heirloom of some kind.
I remember. An interesting crest to be wearing around here at the moment. Mages coming in on one corner and a missing High Magister on the run. Word would have it that he's been making his way around the city.
Well, so I've heard.
So you're in the know.
Well, thanks to one of the Fae that helped us. And recently learned that he's been here recently in the city.
Indeed, he's been making the rounds, searching where he can. Haven't seen him through here personally yet, but word spreads quickly when people start to recognize a famous face.
And those people that have recognized him, how have they treated him?
With caution, I would assume. Not often that you see a noble folk walking the city streets in rags and ruin.
None offer to help.
I'm sure some have.
Do you know anyone who's seen him recently?
Kind of gestures over to a table where you can see this half-orc individual there, pipe in hand, with a small group of individuals with him. A friend over here might have some information.
And he will give it freely?
If you ask nicely, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Of course.
Good luck with business.
Good luck with your hunt.
To New York.
I forgot we got rid of his violet.
Yeah.
That was us.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
All right. You walk over to this kind of sofa corner here. You can see these individuals all passing around pipes from this big central hookah that's at the center of their thing. A few elven individuals here that all seem to have like partial masks on in this space, but this half-orc is just in comfortable wear with their face exposed. This probably mid-40s to put a human-looking age on it, big scar up his lip. Hello, dear.
I was told you've seen a noble man in rags.
You came through my shop looking for some Illumina.
And how long ago was this?
3-4 days.
Did he say anything else?
Who's asking?
Me?
And who are you?
Someone who knows him.
Give me a persuasion check.
Dish. Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20. All right. Mm. He left where he was staying with me. I'll have it on my books back at the shop if you needed to stop by and get the information.
And where's your shop?
About half a block down. Sell trinkets, baubles, recycled weaponry.
Then I guess I'll see you in the morning.
Sounds good. Offers the pipe in your direction. Before you go?
I'll pass, thanks.
Very well. And hands it off. Be careful. He had a bit of a crazed look about him.
I'll do my best. You have a good night.
You too. Stay safe. Where are you heading? Heading out?
Heading back to Yorna's house.
Alright. You make your way back, pick your weapons up from Gaul. Bye-bye. Gives you a bit of a wave on the way out.
I love him so much.
You-
You do.
okay?
Sorry, I just sniffed. I opened it so because it was like
He took a hit.
it's low odor, and I was like, really? And I was like, well.
That's the good shit.
No!
Alright. You weave your way back through the city streets, make your way back down to Yorna's. Can I get a stealth check as you re-enter the house while everyone's asleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Low odor when you don't hold it to your nose.
Mm,
Yeah.
perfect. When you're not
Yeah.
smelling it.
Yeah.
14.
14. That will beat a sleeping passive perception from the others. You make your way up the stairs. There's a point where you like step on one of the stairs going up and just kind of continue up.
What's a sleeping passive, by the way? What is sleeping?
It's your passive -5, I believe.
I thought it was
Oh,
half.
not bad at all.
Mhm.
Wait, what's
15.
what's yours?
Well, my passive's 20.
Yeah.
So,
That
sleeping,
that
it's
would make
15.
mine 11.
I'll make mine 10.
Vorg is pretty on it when asleep, apparently.
Yeah. Always listening out. Alrighty. Then, as you all settle down for a night's rest, familiar, comfortable beds. A long rest is had by all. Nightmare free, restful, as we come back in the early morning in the city of Argentum.
Did I promise I'd wait here for them or
I can't.
wander off? Normally we meet at S's. I guess I'll just wait. I sit at S's.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna come find you.
Just kind of got a calming tea, just trying to.
Yeah.
The thoughts floating into Vorg's head. He's just trying to, like, not think about.
Totally. Right. So anything that anyone does before heading up to Sebastian's in the morning?
Probably just some breakfast. Yeah. Cook something up for Dalton as well.
Yeah, totally.
Actually, I want to talk to Dalton.
Yeah.
So what are your plans then at the moment?
Sticking around here as long as I need to. Make sure the gardens are healthy as they can be.
All right, so you'll stick around for a bit longer then.
For a while, yeah. I would assume hearing you're back, the others might make the trip. We'll see, I suppose. Probably hear from them today or tomorrow, to be fair.
All right, well, I'll be out of town for a bit. There's something I need to take care of with the others, so I might be gone a little bit.
Not 2 months this time.
Not 2 months this time.
Okay, good, good. Well, I'll keep a bit of a handle on this place, make sure the gardens are okay, and be here when you get back.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, and then I'll start getting ready to leave with Lily to
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Let's go.
Make your way up to Sebastian's studio in the Lowstone. Anything Strider's doing in the morning before the others arrive?
Cleaning my blades and readying everything I will need for the adventure.
Sebastian kind of comes out and pours him and yourself tea. You can see that he's clean shaved himself and his hair's pulled back under his cap. That looks a little bit more put together. The clothes still haven't been ironed, but they at least smell a bit fresher.
Actually, Sebastian,
Yeah.
the fabric I gave you,
Yes.
do you think you're able to do that spell now?
Yeah, I can
Just
give it a
curious
go.
what direction. I don't know how the spell works, if it's a direction or an actual ping.
Direction, usually.
Okay.
Takes a tube out, starts kind of flicking through stuff and pulls out a ancient looking parchment with arcane inscription down it, and just starts kind of reading over the arcane text aloud, and casts the locate creature from the scroll, and I'll see what the spell does. Locate creature or locate object? What were you
Object,
after?
maybe.
Okay.
The coat. Because I think if you have a piece of it, you can
Yeah.
look at the rest of it. I think that's how the spell works.
Describe or name an object familiar to you, which I'll allow to be familiar since this fabric's part of it.
It's about a 86 cotton blend.
He finishes casting that spell. You see the text on the page as he's reading it begin to kind of unwrite itself and gather as this small cloud of blue arcane dust where that ink is pulled off the page. As he finishes muttering that, it kind of washes itself over the fabric. And then that small trail of dust kind of pulls out the window and somewhere across the high stone and in the direction of the Ring of Earth. But it could be anywhere lower in the city from Sebastian's studio.
But it's not doing any weird movements. It's just going kind of...
It's just kind of pointing in a vague direction. You'd know the line to search, essentially.
If I pull up my map
Yeah.
that I have
Okay, I'll pull up.
on one of these bloody pages. Just,
Maybe I can find a map.
I got a map. It's not great.
Maybe I can
Because it's
find
the
a
3D map.
I have a map.
Oh boy.
Oh, I forgot how.
So if
Big
you
it
guys
is.
are at Sebastian's, which is like here,
Yeah.
it's kind of vaguely pointing in this direction. Like it's just flying out the window this way. So it could be anywhere from here to here. Or actually within the
Could it go
radius.
further or...
Within the radius, it could be anywhere from here to kind of like here.
But not... It couldn't be further?
No. Otherwise,
So-
it wouldn't have located it.
Oh shit.
Oh shoot!
Fuck.
Somewhere vaguely within that line.
Damn it.
They are here.
That's so close. What shops or anything are roughly here?
That
Near the-
warehouse
near the end of it.
district all over
Oh
again.
my god. Now you're testing my memory.
I'm just curious if there's any normal thing I would be like, oh, that's kind of a big thing that's there. Like, is there any notable...
Dude, it's just the
Areas.
textiles shop.
I'm gonna
that
have
got
to
their
check.
clothes
Hang on.
from.
No,
Stand
the
by.
textile shop.
I bet it's that goddamn warehouse district again.
So where's that warehouse?
It's
district?
gonna be the warehouse district.
Nah, warehouse district's further out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually your house.
Nah, it'll be a textile store that does all of the coats for them.
It's like a Kingsman thing, the changing room, like,
Yes.
Lois.
Yes.
Yeah, they only hired it.
It's a
It'd be a
costume
good way.
shop.
Yeah, it'd be a good way for a criminal organization to like clean their money.
Yeah.
Not that money needs cleaning in fantasy times. I doubt. I doubt there's tracking, numbers on your coins.
No, their equivalent is like magic.
Ooh, he got that info.
He's getting that info.
Get it out. I think just Vorg pictures it being like as far as it can go. See if there's anything in between there. I'm sorry, DM.
Don't be. I should have had it ready.
I was just like, the spell, we might not do that today, but it'd be good to know roughly, just in case. I wanted to make sure it wasn't pointing towards the estate's location, and then I'd be like, fuck,
That's fair.
That's kind of my idea behind that lot.
It's not letting me in. All right.
Let me
Let me have a look.
Did you put your name in the cup, Harry?
Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Between there and there, we have
Prime locations.
most of the Ring of Earth restaurant and entertainment district.
Great.
We have the sundial. We have several housing lots, including the one where the apprentice from the Silk and Stitch lived.
Oh, yeah, classic.
We have one of the schools. Lots of housing.
Actually, that brings up a good point. It's probably going to be a really good history check to think of it. But I remember seeing any fabric like this at the Silk and Stitch. Out back.
Give me a history check.
It's gonna be a wee ways back.
I'd like to not do that.
No?
It's a D12, so it's not helpful.
Okay. Well, what'd you get?
I want to say history -1, so 13.
13. I mean, there was plenty of red fabric.
Sick. That's good enough. Well, I can't think of any location there that might be, but if this is her coat, perhaps, then they're closer than we think.
Good start.
Is there any way that you could just get some ears out there?
Yeah, I can try.
Not
See
like
what I
it
can get on the
obvious.
street. Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, thanks for that.
At about which time, as everyone else arrives at Sebastian's.
I will head to the door. Open it.
Good morning.
Morning. You guys ready to get our horses?
Yeah. If I recall, your horse is still back with.
They're just
What
getting
happened?
delivered. It should be back.
Should be back.
Yeah.
How did that work again? Did
I
we
got
send
them
a
the
message?
Yeah, we'll send a message.
That's
As well as I think this time we told them. We also told Carmine to get us some horses.
yes. Yes.
So we don't want to be late to that.
No.
I do need to make a quick stop though.
Where?
Just in the stove.
What are you after?
Just need to grab something.
All right.
Well, we can't leave you go alone because
Yeah.
of the.
We can come with you.
can come.
Okay.
All right. Let's quickly do that, and then we will get the
Yeah,
horses.
we got to an 8 to
and we've got to
get to the
go.
horses.
All right.
Ah shit! Pulls out a sundial.
Is Sebastian in? Look past him.
Hi.
I didn't want to mention anything. I think I just wanted to make sure that you were doing better today, and
No, I'm fine.
that's good. Thank you, and I guess we'll catch up with you later.
Of course. Just make sure it isn't 2 months this time.
Not 2 months. You're the second person to make that joke today.
You're
And
not
I probably
gonna
won't be the last.
You're not going to let it go, are you?
2 months
I
is
was
a long
worried.
time.
It
It is a very long time.
It's just hard to grasp that since it was a week for us,
I imagine.
All right, let's head out then.
As we're walking,
Mm.
I want to just talk to Yorna. Yesterday night, when we were talking with Carmine, she mentioned not the criminal organization that we know of, but something about a king and queen of something.
Yes.
They also a bad organization.
think of it more like, I guess, a leader that may or may not exist. I don't know. There have been rumors, or not rumors, but what we know is that I had it in a document and I read it beforehand.
So I pull out the document.
I
You got a whole
will-
file in your backpack.
Because I had a look, because I had a feeling you would be asking me about this.
Really?
Yes.
Such a good hunt.
Wow. What is that device?
It is said that
The game explodes.
Jarvis, pull up document 37B.
well, it is said that the Queen of Steel is rumored to be an influential voice in the criminal circles of Argentum. She is a common thread between the darker dealings and much of the black market information that makes its way through the alleys of the city. However, the Queen of Steel often comes up in post-crime investigations and criminal confessions. It is unknown if this person really exists or if they are simply an idea that criminals believe in and fall to when caught. So it's hard to gauge whether she actually does exist, but we do,
Even if, let's say, she did exist, the criminals could just be using her as like an scapegoat in a way, I guess.
I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Okay. Is the king known for anything, or just the same stuff?
Also just a wanted criminal and a supposed leader among Argentum's darker underground. The King of Iron is rumored to be a shorter man, possibly dwarf, with a strong bloodlust. So it could be related to the Dwager, potentially. He is rumored to be accompanied by an escort that can disappear into shadow, and it is believed that the King of Iron resides in the Ring of Earth and has a troop of bandits or sellswords that help him in his criminal endeavors.
Can I just look at that doc?
I
I look at the paper. And,
I keep it on me at all times.
I grab an ink
just
pen. I
for
grab an
you.
ink pen and can I change something in this?
What would you like to change?
I'd just like to, on the king part, can I just say, where is it? Rumored to have it accomplished by an escort. I just scratch that out.
Why?
I think she's dead.
What do you mean?
Well, that all sounds very much like the person me and Lily killed.
Oh. Well, that's just grand. So I was under the impression that, maybe this criminal
Separate
I didn't
things.
think it might be related to this, which is probably a little more serious.
I wonder. To be fair, do I think if
Do you think?
Do you
do I
think?
think it's odd that if I was in a criminal organization, would I have hunted me down already?
Oh, interesting.
Because I think it's kind of odd that we haven't had any dealings with them since what happened, since we did such a big strike against them.
I mean, give me
Intelligence.
just a general intelligence.
Inside, sure.
Oh.
Advantage or something? Fake creature?
No,
No?
afraid not.
That's gonna be nat 1.
That one. You tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think it's weird.
Okay, there you go then.
Interesting. Well, we haven't really been, attacked by them since, which is odd. I think.
I mean, a lot has been going on in the city, plus we did disappear off the face of the
Maybe
earth for
they
2
think we
months.
died.
Maybe.
Or maybe we have someone lucky enough to be protecting us. Who knows?
Protecting you, maybe.
I hope so. Let's go get you wherever you're going. And I will keep an eye out for anyone trying to follow us.
Give me a perception check.
After the conversation we just had, I will do the same.
Yeah. You can,
I would
do
also
you want to
like
give him advantage, or do you want to roll separate?
What's your perception again? Plus
10.
Take it with advantage,
All right.
buddy.
Okay, I will not drink my mutagen to give myself advantage.
Hey!
Wow.
How's it going? That's really good. Yeah, roll the same number twice. That'll be a 25.
25.
Oh,
Well, damn.
moly.
As you're walking through the ever-growing hustle and bustle of the city morning, kind of making your way through just a couple of city blocks here in the Lowstone, you kind of glance over your shoulder a little bit. Yorna kind of standing next to you gives you a bit of a nudge to check one of the side streets, and you see someone that's kind of standing posted against like an alleyway wall and just kind of seems to be keeping a bit of an eye out over their shoulder. And as soon as you kind of look in their direction, they kind of just snap their vision away and go back to what they were doing.
Can I see anything on their person? Holy symbols or any organization? Weapons?
Not visible.
Had I seen them before?
What did you roll?
25.
You have seen this individual sometime since from when you got back into the city. They're a vaguely familiar face.
As I'm walking with the others, I'll get around to get a little closer. Just a heads up, it's probably not going to be a big issue if we get out of the city soon. I talked to Kalvar, and he does believe my family's innocent, and he's trying to find out why. However, he did warn me that it seems that a few or a lot of the people in the House of Gold want me dead, because I think they're part of the masked men. So he's trying to weed out his own members currently. So I'm not quite sure. There are going to be people looking at us.
That's
So just
alright.
ignore them, because I don't think they'll make a move.
Well, listen, if they don't make a move, it doesn't bother me. As soon as they do, that's when it becomes a problem.
Just wanted to let you know if there's extra eyes on us, not to be too stressed about it.
Last night I did go to check on Jim since it's been so long, and I asked him if he's encountered anyone trying to look for me, and apparently there was a child of some kind, and then a homeless man, who I assume is my father.
Oh,
I have to say, maybe let me know if you're going to disappear, because if something had happened to you, I would not have been the wiser.
yeah, if you got jumped by, the people, it'd be hard to help you.
But is this something that? How long ago was this?
Like a week ago.
Right.
Well, might still be around, but I guess it's something that's gonna have to wait back.
I'm
It'll only
more,
be a day.
I'm more curious about the child.
Oh.
Just a child, or
Or like, I don't know, like a child wanting to find out more about me.
probably because you're a good singer. You just become like slightly kind of like famous.
I mean, I feel like it's died down since we've been gone for so long.
I guess so.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, they will jump
They
up
were
to you.
asking around. They were like, "Oh, haven't seen, you perform in a while," and genuinely curious. I think there is a fine line between being cautious and too cautious to the point of paranoia. I think the child was simply just looking for a song.
Plus, there's no information or facts that are going to draw you to any conclusion, so you must ignore it.
But definitely hang on to the
Old man.
old man. We can follow that up once we're done with what else we need to get up to.
Okay.
What was it that you were grabbing?
Some trinkets.
Okay. Lead the way.
Walk down to kind of the back streets of the Lowstone here, kind of maybe one street over from where it transitions into the understone through the big pillars at the back of this part of the city. Maybe a 5-minute walk from the tea shop. You come across a trinket store called Bob and Bits.
Bob and Beats.
Where, as you approach, you can see this big half-orc individual kind of tending to the storefront, opening things up for the day. Good morning, can I help?
Are you open at the moment?
I can be. Come on in.
Can I suss this guy out?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
His vibe. Seem criminal-ish.
So
Not 20.
Oh.
I see into his soul.
Yeah, okay. What are you trying to gauge from this individual?
I don't know if he's a criminal. Like, does he look like he's in shady business? Is he trying to hide something when people come in?
Selling drugs.
From this guy's demeanor, he either is or was a fighter, and is or was some sort of criminal individual. Hard to tell whether he's still in or out of that, but he definitely has the air of someone that knows a little bit of what goes on in the underbelly of the city.
I'll step up to the front counter next to Lily. I'll just put my hand out and be like, nice to meet you, Vorg Bellwood.
Bob.
Nice to meet you, Bob. Haven't seen this store before.
Yeah, probably not wandering these parts of the city very often. Fancy fellow like you.
Yeah, it's been 3 months since I've been in the city, perhaps.
Well, if you're ever looking for gifts on the cheap, you know where to find me.
Cheap is what I like to hear.
Some of my stuff, anyway.
What was this guy again? What was his race?
Bob.
Half orc.
His race. Bob.
Bob.
Bob!
I was wondering if you're able to show me the trinkets you have in the back.
Of course, come with me. It takes you through like a small side area. Kind of hands you a small gem necklace wrapped in a like packing paper, essentially. Hands it over. That should be what you're looking for.
Any other info?
All right. I've written down on that where he's staying, or where he said he was staying. He was going by the name Darrell Bird when he came through. Fancy, but down on his luck looking elven fella. Spoke with a real attitude, but he seemed a little worse for wear, like he'd spent one too many nights on the road.
And that was the only latest time you've seen him.
Yeah, I didn't have any information for him, so he hasn't bothered to stop by since.
Thank you.
Of course.
I want to have a nosy around the shop.
Yeah.
Is there anything of interest, maybe even arcane?
How are you searching for arcane items?
Druid.
I was going to say, is that something I can tap into? But that's like a different thing, isn't it?
Quite.
Not really. I'm going to just look for...
Oh.
Yes.
Can you have a look around and see if there's anything of interest? Specifically arcane?
Yes, you want me to find out without him knowing, or do you want me to just ask him if he has any magical items?
I didn't think of that. Forgive me, I'm a little bit slow this morning. I can do that. Bob,
He kind of turns around from talking with Lily and goes, "Hey, can I help you?"
do you have any magical items?
Yeah, the locked glass case at the front.
I have a look. What's he got in there?
Bob, could you describe what we see, Bob? So what you see there is
Some magic items.
I'm just seeing what Bob might have.
Pulling it right.
What might Bob have?
what can I get for 40 silver?
Nice necklace.
That's right, we're poor.
I've already got one. I say that my necklace is broken. Shit.
Magic items are reasonably difficult to come by. Got a pack of sending stones in there and a fancy looking ring. So he has a set of sending stones, which the price on them currently is 2,000 gold.
Okay, wait, let me write this. No, because remember, we're going to get funds, you guys.
By a set, you mean it has 3 pieces, correct?
2.
Yeah.
So to give you the specifics of sending stones, sending stones come in pairs with While you touch the stone, you can use an action to cast sending from it. The target is the bearer of the other stone. If no one has the other stone, you know that, and it doesn't cast the spell. Once sending is cast for the stones, they can't be used again until the next dawn. If one of the stones in the pair is destroyed, the other one becomes non-magical.
So the 2 pairs is 2,000? Sorry, the pair is 2,000?
Yes. Yes. And there is a ring of free action, which is 8,000, but means that difficult terrain doesn't cost you extra movement, and magic cannot paralyze or restrain you.
Wow. I'll make a mental note. These are very interesting wares you have here.
Sure. Not sure how long they'll be here. Things come and go, but...
Well, you say come and go, so maybe you get some other interesting pieces in.
Maybe I do.
All right. Is this usually the price that you have magical items going for, roughly?
Depends on the item. I get them appraised in the upper city.
All right. Insight check. When he says come and go, is this like some underground business that he's running
Yeah,
here?
give me an insight check.
Curiosity. It's decent. 21.
21. You do see that at the front of the store he has a donation bin, which looks like is where a lot of like armor and weaponry comes from adventurers or soldiers that are hanging it up, but you get the sense that these are probably acquired from trades or deals out of that, because no one would willingly just drop these off. So hard to know exactly where they're coming from.
Okay.
I will say everyone notices, like, Vorg's not saying anything really, but he's just like at the door sitting there like fidgeting.
Do you want to go?
I don't mean to rush or anything, I'm just...
We do have places to be.
Yeah, it's not that, I'm just anxious, I guess,
Oh,
about
well.
today.
I'm done here. I got what I wanted.
Okay. Well, you done?
I'm
Covered?
finished.
Alright.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
See you again sometime.
Probably.
Yeah. Onwards to the horses area. The front of, I think
Stables.
we said we'd meet, Carmine said she'd have it at the front of city. Right?
Yep.
The gates, so we'll head to the gates.
So, Lily, as you're wandering off, that necklace that he handed you seems to be some very cheap-looking, like, emerald necklace, but that paper that he had it wrapped in appears to have writing on the other side for whenever you feel the need to take a look.
Free necklace.
All right. Wandering down in the direction of the city front.
Yes.
Anything anyone's doing on the way down there?
Watching for followers.
You want to give a perception check, man?
Can I drink my mutagen while I do this?
Yeah, if you want to do that on the way down before you take a look around. Easy enough to do.
It's just good to have all my history checks have advantage for the day, especially for the day to come. That will be 22.
22. Take a bit of a look around, and as you're doing so, you swear that you catch a glimpse of someone, more than a few times as you're walking, like they're trailing you, but when you finally give like a proper look around to try and catch it, they've just disappeared into the crowd.
I'm confident in myself though, correct? That, like, definitely someone was...
They'd been on your tail for a little too long for it to be a coincidence.
So it's just like the last time I noticed someone and they just vanished, or I could get a look at them. Continue walking, but I know I apparently can't speak. Thieves can't anymore, because I swapped my class.
Broken thieves con.
Yeah,
I'll allow it. You're just not getting the latest patches.
Exactly. Can I do the old patch notes?
Yeah.
And do like a. If you're gonna follow me, just come say hello.
Interesting. Give me a charisma check. Excuse you?
Yeah, that's what it was. Persuasion?
Charisma.
Charisma. Great. So the great thing about that mutagen I just took.
Oh, disadvantage on that one, huh?
Just a charisma check.
Yeah, man.
Ooh, say that 8.
8. No response.
Sounds about right.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to hear a response anyway. We'll see one. Continue going then.
Wandering off towards the city front as you're kind of walking down the main street, Yorna. Eventually you see at the front gates a small group of individuals walking some horses through the front of the city. A collection of druids that seem to have made their way into town.
I'm gonna make my way over. Do I spot Vorg's horse anywhere?
You do. Rogue?
Yeah.
Rogue is amongst the group.
Oh man, does he look like a little bit plumper? Was he well fed?
He's been well fed, groomed, his mane is no longer matted and is kind of actually moving a little bit as he is.
Man, what have you been doing?
I look at him. Does he see me?
As you kind of start making your way down, these druids are getting clearance to enter the city. You hear a bit of a commotion as eventually a horse pulls free, kind of pulls the reins away from the druid, who kind of like chases it for a moment and then just kind of watches the horse disappear into the city. Kind of, you hear this running up in your direction. As eventually he kind of comes up and like nuzzles into you a little bit.
That's it.
Goodness.
It's good to see you, boy.
Oh wow.
You look well taken care of and yes, not hungry for once.
He gives a bit of a shake and his like mane kind of goes a little bit everywhere and just seems comfortable but uncomfortable in a way.
And we're like, dye some of your hair white. Sick.
Kind of make your way down to that front entrance to the city. A couple of druidic individuals familiar to Yorna who are standing there, but possibly more importantly, your father is with the group as you approach.
Sure.
Good to see you all again.
Indeed, sorry we were gone for such a long time.
We were getting concerned. We still have a group in there that were looking for you, who we're trying to get out.
Sorry about making you guys send another group after us.
It's quite all right.
Quite a lot happened while we were away, so it just sadly
I
didn't
would
work out.
imagine. How long were you gone for? You.
1 week.
That is all.
Yeah.
You have a lot of lost time to make up for.
Yes.
Yes, feels like everything is happening at once now.
I imagine. Dalton is at the house, I believe.
He is.
Good. I'll be staying with him for a few days as well, tending to the gardens. The Grand Oak is, as far as I can tell, under control from the other elders, but all of the groves need a little bit of care at the moment.
Just as a side note, I would have told Dalton not to mention the fact that I have my druid powers back.
Yeah. He hasn't been in contact with them.
Because that's something I want to bring up on my own terms.
Are you purposely shielding your eyes from his gaze then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I get a... I'll let you choose if it is sleight of hand or deception.
Because now's not the time.
Can I tell that Yorna's trying to hide and feel uncomfortable about it?
Give me an insight check against whatever she rolls here.
What were my
I want
choices?
to help her if it is.
Deception or
and-
sleight of hand.
Yeah.
It's deception then.
Perception?
10.
Okay.
19.
19. How are you going to attempt to aid her? on
As
this?
someone that's had to hide their eyes before, I'm just going to kind of stand slightly in front to make his like eyes adjust differently,
Okay.
and I'm also going to kind of speed up the conversation, bringing up that we have a mission that we need to get onto,
All right.
just to distract.
Either you can re-roll your roll, or Vorg can make a performance check here.
I have a +2 in perception. What's your performance?
Let's do.
I feel like I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Come on. Now's not the time, okay? Now's not the time. I don't even know what that was. That was almost a bit higher. Yeah, I know.
It was like
12.
12. All right. He doesn't mention anything.
No. He knows.
well, thank you for bringing my horse back.
Of course.
But we are pressed for time because of these 3 months that have gone.
Of course. If you had a chance to catch up with Dalton.
Briefly, yes, we stayed at the house for the night.
Do you have leads on your cause dealing with Mabel?
We have leads into finding the information we need.
Good. The Grand Oak is suffering and the groves are starting to feel the strain. Yeah. Feeling the withering of the forest in the north.
You've been, that was going to come out offensive. In non-offensive way. You've been around a long time, correct?
Longer than you, but
Yeah, well, you're an elder. You have, do you have vast knowledge, I presume, to be
vast
in your
enough.
status? Have you ever heard of something called the Lady of Decay? Just curious. You might not, but you never know.
The name rings a bell like I've heard it in passing, but nothing that's familiar.
Insight check. Is he
Yeah,
lying
give
to
me an insight check.
Is he lying?
I think he does know, and he's trying to act like he kind of knows. Inside check. It's wisdom. Haha. Oh, sweet. That's gonna be 23.
23. He seems to be telling the truth. Like he's been handed the Druid's Encyclopedia and just kind of seen the name once as he read through, kind of a vibe.
Well, don't worry about it then. I guess that's our next step to find out anyway.
Of course. So you'll be out of the city for a little while then?
Just maybe a day or two, not long.
Yeah, of course. Would be good to catch up with you all once you're back.
Yes.
I agree.
We'll need a day or two to recover from where we're going, I think. Well, I will need some.
Of course. Well, best of luck to you then on your adventure. And they just got back and are already setting off again.
Yes. It's good seeing you again.
Likewise. Best of luck. Stay safe.
Help on my horse.
Up on your horse. The other two
Do I
find you
horses?
at the city front there.
Did we get the carriage that I requested?
There would be the
Like a little
small
cart.
cart that can be lugged
Oh.
behind one of the horses. And you set off for travel?
Yeah.
All right. As you do then, we'll take a quick little break. We'll come back in the direction of the estate. Having wrapped up your business, got everything that you needed to, found your horses at the city gates, we're heading out. What direction is Strider leading the group?
I would like to lead us towards the grandfather tree. Because I don't think Vorg would have ever passed that point since what happened 9 years ago. Well, actually, coming to 11 years now?
Coming up to 11.
I don't think he's ever actually taken like a step past those ruins.
Yep,
So he wants to go there first.
totally.
It's definitely anxiousness and an overwhelming feeling like that's noticeable on him.
Okay. Start making your way in that direction. Vorg leads the group past the portion of the city where his house is on the outskirts there. Kind of slowly making your way through the forested hillside behind his house. Till eventually you can kind of feel that you're going up onto an incline through some roads that have been used a few times in recent months, but still feel overgrown, mostly unused. Through the woods outside the city for half an hour, an hour and a half. As you're moving through here, you're about maybe half an hour in the opposite direction from where you previously had your meeting with the succubus here outside the city. But now moving in the direction that is familiar to Vorg as that clearing. So you start to all notice within the trees chunks of buildings. Old rocky ruins, a few rotten boards sticking out with big trees growing up and through them where the forest has been left to overgrow what was once maybe a stables or small shelter here. Pushing up that path, the trees kind of give way a little bit. So you're in a small grassy clearing. And pushing through to the center, there is this twisting, gnarled, ancient-looking tree. Not as big as the grand oak back in Wood End by any means, but at least the size of the central tree in the city gardens. This large, ancient tree, its canopy has a few leaves, but isn't lush like some around it. As you all approach, Vorg, the familiar sight of the grandfather tree, as you make your way out to this clearing here, Rogue kind of slows down.
Is this the grandfather tree?
Yes, it is. I would say maybe the halfway mark or nearly there. Okay. I just haven't gone past this spot before. I always end my travels here. I'll go talk to the tree and just let it know what's happening.
Alright.
I will hop off and I'll walk towards the tree.
Yeah. As you do, you all kind of notice some of the branches kind of just shift a little bit and kind of relax in place. Can I get a nature check from Yorna? Yeah.
Oh shit.
Connection with the tree.
Yeah. 22.
22. When you were in the gardens, kind of reaching out, you could feel this like subtle current that runs through everything. Here, that energy is entirely different. Rather than a dispersal of energy through every living thing in the vicinity, there seem to be currents, almost like veins, that stretch out from this tree. Small paths of insight where this tree can see beyond this clearing. Tendrils that reach out to the city, to the mountains, to the forest beyond, to the various groves, tendrils everywhere that give it an insight to the land around it. Ancient and deeply rooted here.
I woke up and being the first time that I'm walking through here as for Bellwood, knowing the sights that I'm about to see ahead of me, that sadness, but I'm still trying to hold myself up with confidence and to be proud of admitting who I am when I'm in front of the tree. I just put my hand out on the grandfather tree. Thank you for your assistance while I was in the Feywild. It was important to just get an understanding of what our job is, what my priorities should be. So, thank you. Me and my comrades were heading towards. We are going to the estate. I won't lie, I am afraid of what I'll see. It's been nearly 11 years and I haven't gone back once. I worry that if it's the same as it was before, if it's not, either way, it's just going to bring bad memories. So just watch over us while we're there.
Yorna and Lily. You hear the branches creak and twist, the rustle of leaves and the melody of vines kind of echoing through the canopy of this tree. Vorg, you interpret that into the words of this ancient being. Walk your path. Reclaim what is yours.
Well, if I didn't feel a weight on my shoulders, I do now, and I will see it through honorably. Is there any letters left here?
There's a not a sadness, but a confirmation that there has not been any visitors since your last.
How about the coin? I guess if there's no visitors, he didn't get the coin to put on her person.
He would convey to you that you were the last visitor. She hasn't been back since.
Right. Let's go, and I will head towards the horse.
This tree is impressive. It doesn't feel like the gardens or even anything else that I have felt currently. As you know, I haven't come into contact with much since I've gotten my powers, but this seems to reach so far into the lands. It seems to have a grasp on just the goings on of everything.
I'm unsure how old the garden or the oak tree from the village is, but this tree has been around before my family.
Well, it feels very ancient.
It was even able to somehow reach me in the Fey realm. I needed to connect to it for some advice.
No.
Maybe that's a personal connection, but I'm sure that it, being this being that it is, it probably can.
It's a mighty tree, and it moves. That's also very impressive. Well, I might have seen something similar in Wood End, but this is
Don't all
different.
trees move?
Well, I mean,
Not of their own free will.
Vorg lifts up like the side of his shirt where like his hip and like stomach meet, and there's like this small like scar. And, like it's fast when it wants to be as well.
Yeah.
I start to make a wide berth around the tree.
You hear a creak like it's watching you.
Oh my god!
It's like a guardian.
My sister and I accidentally found this tree when we weren't supposed to, and it did what it's supposed to do and defended itself.
Gave you a whooping.
It really did. But it kind of, I don't know, that fight was important because it kind of allowed us to gain respect for each other in a way. I started to lead the others, and this Vorg definitely feels like a tiny, and it's just the minute he steps over where the furthest he's gone.
Yeah. You push out on horseback up a path that looks even less beaten. Like there has been very little foot traffic up here for the last 11 years. overgrown grass that is growing meters high up trees. There are places where you have to get off the horses and use your blades to kind of cut through weeds. Every so often, you continue to see chunks of wood and stone that were once structures here on the outskirts of the estate. But you push through for another half an hour or so before you really start to see signs of what was once structures, buildings, facilities. You pass by a patch of the forest that is now growing through what used to be stables. These heavy stone buildings and dark wood holding up crumbling ruins of many stables that look fit for horses, but some that have been slightly larger, slightly smaller, like interesting creatures were held. You push up to a small shack on the outskirts, some kind of a worker's house or a watch house near the front of the estate. It's about this time that this overgrown grass starts to kind of get a little more patchy, as there are remnants of a cobblestone pathway that weave through the forest that have stopped the grass getting through in places.
Does Rogue seem to know his way on his own?
There's this sense of familiarity as Rogue is walking here, but he has slowed down to the point that you could probably outwalk him. He's slowly taking in this place as he's walking through here again.
I just keep patting him on the head, and I know that horses can feel their riders' kind of emotions depending on how they sit and whatnot, so I try to be less tight and a bit loose for him, just telling him he can take his time.
Yeah. I get everyone to make a perception check, please.
Perception.
$23.
Double check.
18.
Perception. 24.
Alrighty. As you all approach, you start to see glimmers of the midday sun getting caught and kind of hitting you in the eyes through the trees, and looking up every so often through the leaves, you can see remnants of kind of broken windows that are catching the light and reflecting it back at you. Every so often getting a glimpse of slightly larger structure through the forest. As you approach closer, that cobblestone path eventually pulls you out to a point where the trees have not overgrown as much. A few smaller buildings dotted around a courtyard. A large fountain with a statue that looks like it was once of an individual, but is kind of broken from the shoulder down, and half of that is just rubble on the ground. This murky green algae sitting in the fountain. And behind that courtyard, you can see a grand estate. Giant building. Easily the size of most of the mansions in the Ring of Brass, if not larger than most. You see a once brilliant building of gorgeous woods and chiseled stone. Many of the walls have been blown out to where you can see inside ancient rotted wood with char marks up it that is still kind of crumbling and falling. Many of the windows seem to have broken in or out, glass shattered, some of it a smattering of stained glass colors. The front door itself, big stone door, one half of it is on the ground in several pieces, pushing to the inside of the building. As you walk up, you can see something, paint or some kind of a tag across the front of the house. Liars smattered across the front of the building. They're all kind of there. As you're taking this in, you notice that Rogue is stopped, kind of in the central courtyard just before that statue. That estate looming in front of you.
Lob off Rogue, and I'll just hold him close again. I'm sorry I had to bring you here again. I understand that it's not only tough on me, but you. But I wouldn't come here with anyone else.
Kind of like nuzzles into you a little bit. Can get the sense that he's feeling very similar emotions to you. He's definitely not resentful that he's here, but is understanding.
Vorg will wipe away some tears and go, well, we're here, and guess we might just start from the entrance.
I just want to let you know that you can take this at your own pace. Don't feel like you need to rush.
Thank you. I know it'd be tough being back here. Being, I guess, home for once. This place used to be magical, maybe beautiful even. It's just kind of hard to see it all in, pieces. But if we don't do Sunday, then that could be the whole city. And my family would not want me to stand here and sulk when innocent people are in danger, so follow me to the entrance.
Walk up these stone stairs, the front of the estate. Up another small set until eventually you're standing there at that front door. Big, heavy set, carved stone door. Again, half of it splintered into the house so that you can see a portion of it. Where's that going?
Sometimes we used to leave this door open just when it was super hot, if it ever was. Myself, I wouldn't be able to push it as a kid, so it was kind of either stay in or go out with someone that could open it.
You take a step in, kind of hand on the door that remains, and as you touch it, like a cloud of dust down from above it. Take a step in to this kind of entrance chamber, grand hall. Long weathered and cracked marble floors. A room that pushes back. A chandelier that is broken on the floor. Seems to have hit a statue that stands in the center of this room on its way down and knocked the arm off. This 15-foot tall carved stone statue of a man and a woman back to back. As you step in, you can see piles of rubble, long left to rot burnt wood. But the sunlight that's gleaming in through the holes in the walls is catching more than just stone. There's bone. There is weaponry. In some places you see full skeletal remains. In others you just see an arm that is hidden under a pile of rubble and debris. And in this chamber, this large central hall where Vorg, there would have been dozens of functions that would have been put on, where tables would have been put out here. Individuals of all manner of wealth and knowledge and importance would have mingled in this hall. A large staircase at the back that leads up to the rest of the house, partially crumbled as well, and etched into the floor in places where things had broken through, the remains of infernal runes and teleportation circles that have engraved themselves into the marble.
You can tell my family fought well here where they could.
Would you want to give them a proper burial?
At this point, I wouldn't be able to tell you who was who. We had so many people under our house, our state, our guild.
Even if you can't really tell who they are.
They deserve a proper burial at some point.
At the very least, I think it's very important that if we do clear the Bellwood name, that there be a ceremony held.
I would like that. A part of me wonders if, once this is all over, if people accept us.
There will always be some people who will cling on to falsehoods.
I wonder if we should, or if I should rebuild this place when I give it the chance. Or should I start anew? It's been on my mind for a while.
Well, you got time to think about it. This place isn't going anywhere.
No. Just for the sake of my brain. I know where we can go for the library, but there are just a few places I need to check first. I want to see with my own eyes before we just wander around and allow my brain to start thinking of assumptions of what happened during this fight.
Would you want us to just stay put there?
No, it's best that we do it together. Rather not be alone switching my old house like this. It's not for anyone to do that.
We are your friends and we are here to support you.
Thank you. I'd like to head to the area that I last saw my mother.
As you step into this main hall area, that statue, this proud-looking man, and a partially collapsed sculpture of a woman. Just fix it.
I was in the wrong spot.
Right there.
I was touching the necklace.
There you go. Who, Vorg, you recognize to be the first. You can see the plaque at the bottom of the statue. Reads hard to read after how long it has been here. And for the fact that there has been writing or something has been tagged over top. You're catching a glimpse out of the corner of your eye over top of their names and the description of their deeds. The words House Bellwood, bringer of devils, has been scratched into that plaque. People that have come through here after the events.
I look up at the statue.
Hmm.
I remember as a kid I used to strike this pose quite often. I think, and it's impossible to know these days, but at least somewhere he's definitely related to me by blood first. Maybe an ancestor of sorts at this point.
Must be very, very long time ago then. He was the first.
Yeah, I saw him in one of my visions when I was taking the rite of ascension.
Oh?
Yeah, him asking if I would help him on this mission. He was the first to use dragon's blood, and I'm the last. So there's that. And me and my sister's names were picked based on the first letter of their names. So Vorg for Victor, and then E for,
E.
E.
E for E. What's the plaque made of?
It seems to be a sheet of brass that has been engraved.
Can I cast heat metal on it?
Yeah. To what effect?
To where it like sort of melts.
Allowing it to kind of lose form a little bit to the point that that tag that was on the front is kind of bubbling away. But
And once it's like unintelligible, then I'll stop concentration.
kind of let that rest.
Clean slate.
Thanks. I guess depending on how you think about things, maybe it can just be like that. For a start, like a clean slate. Well, this will be if at any point, I don't know what could happen if we ever get lost. This is where we meet. It's the kind of center of everything. As we're walking around and heading towards that location, I just want to see if there's any footprints, any signs of someone being here in the last few months, maybe.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20. You can definitely see some areas of dust that are thinner than others. There's definitely been foot traffic through here. Some of it looks like it might have been 2 years ago, some of it in the last, 6 months, but nothing that feels incredibly recent.
I am curious, because what happened here was how long ago now?
Almost 11 years.
Almost 11. Okay. So I would have barely been with the Legion.
You would have been in the recruitment phase.
I would have been in the recruitment phase. Okay, never mind. That voids my question.
Okay. Pushing through to the hallway that you are looking for, are you going to take the route that goes through the guest bedrooms or the route that goes through the open public study?
I guess I'm gonna just keep the studies. The studies wouldn't really be the library, it would just be people. We can go past the studies.
You head over to the right of the central chamber into a smaller study where you would know that they present a lot of, or once presented a lot of the books that had been made publicly available. Anywhere that anyone wanted to come and soak in some of the knowledge that had been made public to others. The door here is busted down. You can see that there are old books that have long since rotted with water coming through the ceiling as they've fallen off the shelves. Most of the bookshelves looked picked clean, but the, few dozen books that are left have long since become unintelligible. You can see a set of bones on the floor in here, which appear to also have the skeletal remnants of wings next to that frame.
Are you keeping an eye out for the rituals of the Dark Lord and Lady book, whatever it was?
I think they'll be in the main library if it's anywhere, or in the restricted area. But yes, we'll
just putting it out there as a reminder.
just hope that, well, hopefully the restricted area is a little bit more, there's less destruction, so it doesn't get worn out.
Hopefully it's one of the areas that was more intact. Seems to be a very important spot for us today.
Yes.
Pushing through this area to the door at the other side that remains mostly intact, kind of pushing the hinge, but kind of lifting the door so that it doesn't fall off, and pushing through into what was once sort of a bit of a storage room, but is now completely empty. And continuing through into one of the back hallways near the staircase that leads down into the rest of the building. A corridor that has haunted several of your nightmares, that made an appearance when you had your rite of ascension. A moment that has probably relived a few too many times in your head. And a door that remains on its hinges, just between you and that hallway.
Past this doorway is the last memories I have of this place. Ever since that day, I've had nightmares about failing my family, not helping, but I feel worse now, knowing that I hadn't found my sister and I let people desecrate this place. I should have come back sooner and made sure people weren't tagging and destroying things.
As harsh as this might sound, there's nothing you can do about it now, and the things that you can do now are the most important.
I feel like that's something my father would say, to be honest. But you're right.
Focus on the now and what you can do to, I guess, not make amends to the past, but just do what you can now to, I guess, honor it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make my own path with the whole family. I think the code is a little outdated and needs to change. I think the code itself is correct, but with how the way times change, I think it also should shift depending on what's happening. Because I trust you guys, I wanted to let you know, if you find anything of useful to yourselves while we're here, don't feel discouraged to find use in them. It's better in your guys' hands than any random stranger robbing the place, and as long as it's used towards stopping potential devil and demon war, then I'm sure my family would understand.
Alright, I'll keep an eye out.
And technically, we are kind of, I know it sounds weird to say this, but we're almost a little version of what my family stands for. My family worked with the Legion quite a lot, and even Sebastian helped my father in a lot of his quests sometimes. Helped might be a stretch. He might have just been there to get songs, but either way, I'm sure he was helpful. So, in a way, this is the team I knew my father would definitely use at some point, so it's fitting that it's where I ended up.
I'm gonna do a quick scan around. Are there any books that look like they might still be legible?
You poking your head back into the study?
Yeah, I'll do a quick double.
Yeah. I mean, even at a cursory glance around here, the bookshelves are collapsing and rotted. Most of the books that have fallen on the floor have become piles of mush, essentially. There's that much damage to this building that rainwater's been getting in. You don't think that anything on this floor is going to be legible.
The main library, was it underground or? Oh,
Just wanted to double check in case I missed something.
that's fair. I just hope that being underground, the library should be a little safer.
Unless the rats got to it.
Yeah. No, if the rats are as nice as the ones we've met recently, then maybe not. And
There is that.
use that joke as a confidence boost to open the door.
Open that door into a thin hallway with a few doors on the right-hand side. You can see there are cobwebs that have strung across in here. As you enter that place in the hallway, a small kind of table on the side which once held a vase and flowers, you expect to see discarded skeletal remains like you've seen in most of the rest of the house here. Instead, you see robes that are familiar to you as your mother's, that have been folded neatly and pressed against the wall. Not directly after the attack, but sometime in the last maybe 4 or 5 years. It looks like they were folded while they were old and weathered and partially rotted. But they've been set against the wall with some long dead flowers that have been left to rest on top of them.
I don't suppose your sister came by.
She was always kind. If someone did, it would be her. I'll walk up to the clothes. I'll just go onto my knees and kind of pay my respects. Put my hand on them and just... Mother, even if I tell myself I was young and it wasn't my fault, if I wasn't here to distract you, you might have lived longer or even still be alive, so... And I know that you wouldn't want me to apologize for that, but allow me to say I'm sorry for being the hindrance in a dangerous moment. And just note that I will continue what you and Father taught me. Vorg will just get off his knees after saying his prayers out loud to his mother. I feel like this place it's new to me a little still. I feel like I've forgotten so much about my childhood. Maybe I just didn't want to remember it, or forgot, but it's kind of coming back to me now. Wasn't all sad though. There were happy moments.
Are you gonna be alright?
Yeah. It's... Just didn't think I'd ever be back. I never really felt that was something, but now that I'm actually here in the presence of what my family's built and where they've been for all these years, I feel at home, warmly.
Like a reconnection.
Yeah, it's still sad because there's not people walking through the halls and hearing practice battle cries and people studying, but I forget that no matter where I am, my mother, looked down at the clothes. She told me that this would always be my home and that I should always feel safe here. And only now that I'm actually back do I feel that the weight of those words. So I'm grateful that even though the path's been difficult, we're here now.
If you're alright to share, what was she like?
She was smart. She was passionate about magic more than anything, I would say. She would teach me and my sister for hours in the library, even if we couldn't cast spells. I was never adept enough, but I was always fascinated just by the way she spoke and the way she talked about it. My sister eventually gained the ability to cast spells, and that made her, I think, the proudest mother I've ever seen. And of course, she was beautiful. Don't quite remember the story of how my father and her met, but I know that she was a powerful mage of her own before the family. Not before the family was the family, but before she gained the name. But I think she would really like you guys, to be honest, if she was around. I think she would appreciate Lily's charismaticness and able to kind of be lighthearted in certain serious situations. And I think she'd also appreciate your ability to be wise and actually be careful and not do things you're not supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
For something I think I did a lot as a kid, so I should ask for forgiveness for those times.
She sounds like a lovely lady.
Yeah. It's easy to forget that there are, good memories in these halls, not just the one night that defines it. And I think that's something I want everyone to know, now that I think about it, is that the story people believe is what people say, and they believe the first thing they heard, which was this bad news about us making deals, and maybe we can put a new spin on it and make it something again. And I will quickly look at my brain.
I'll say, as you stand up, the three of you hear this faint rattle as something within that pile of clothes kind of just hits the floorboards as you move it ever so slightly.
Did it sound like metal or?
Vaguely, like a small metal item of some description.
Whoever folded these might have left something behind.
I guess I'll check. Unlayer it.
Kind of unlayer it a bit. And you see the hunters in the family always had their necklaces. What you're looking at here pinned onto this garment is a more mage-compatible version. Small brooch in the shape of a shield with the Bellwood tree crest curling up it. Still pinned to the dress hair that's folded on the floor.
Does the pin itself seem okay? Like it didn't age badly?
This thing seems heavily enchanted enough that it doesn't seem to have weathered or patinaed.
Wow.
Look at my own and I'm like, I'll unpin it and I'll keep it.
Yeah. And I'll say, you would already know what they do. So that is another.
Yeah. Interesting.
Potentially helpful item.
Vorg will just kind of look at it. This could be useful for one of us, but I'll just hold on to it for a little bit.
May I have a look at it?
You don't have to give it away.
I don't think I would use it, but I just...
Oh, I see. It's very pretty.
Did you want to look?
Oh no, you don't have to do that.
You can look at it if you want.
It's quite delicious. Mhm. Yes, quite beautiful.
Well, I was reading it and I'm like, well, hang on a minute. Yorna would know like what it does just by looking at it. So.
Well, if we find anything, we can just keep it to the side and then discuss it later, maybe.
Mm.
But it does have enchantments that would be handy. So I just kind of put it probably under like somewhere that I keep any other family goods that I have.
Yeah.
All right, where to next?
I'm not looking at a map, I swear. This is my memory. That's foggy. Wait.
Any other places before the library? The hidden library.
The library.
The library.
The library.
Well, here is this locked door bias.
Yeah.
That's, if I remember correctly, I think leads to the basement.
Yes.
That's where the private library was, but there's still an upstairs we could check first. See what's there.
I don't wish to alarm you, but at the same time, this is probably a good spot for creepy crawlies to hang out. So.
The basement?
No, just in general, there might be things
Yes.
lurking that could give us a good whack.
I agree. There is, I look at the basement door. If there's any chances, how well do I know monsters? Would you say, well?
Reasonably.
How long do I think a monster could live stuck in a basement?
Depends on the monster.
The strongest
It
one.
has been a long time.
Yeah, I don't really know how long certain monsters can live for, but I believe we used to hold. And it kind of looks like Vorg's really trying to remember, like he's kind of new to this place, and it's just like vague memories, like flashes. I believe we did keep creatures in the basement.
And there was no other exit.
Not that I know of. Perhaps, but I only went there every so often.
Well, it has been a long time, and I don't really think much can survive without food.
No.
Well, let's look upstairs first.
Alright, then I will take us back to the Grand Hall.
Wander back through that small library and back into the main entry hall here. That statue is still standing in the middle of the room with big staircases that go up and out to the left and right above it. The left-hand side of that staircase is just completely in ruin and fallen to the ground, but the right-hand side still stands.
Right hand's only.
The left side's fallen?
Yeah.
Would I have... would my sleeping area be in the left side?
Yes, it would have been.
Damn. I don't think I really had anything in my room as a kid, so that's alright.
What happened?
This area that's, how would you describe it? What does it look like? if we look to the right.
Well, this staircase essentially in the back of the room goes up and then up to the left and right, and this portion on the left is just crumbled down.
Classic.
So just the staircase itself is broken. Might still be able to get in there from up top.
Well, then we'll check the left side first.
The right
Right side.
You wander up the stairs, get to the top of that staircase. A few bits of debris falling down from these big marble slabs that make up the stairs as you walk up. You get to the top, the small entry where the stairs come out. Normally there'd be a door into the hallway, but it's broken into several pieces and laying on the floor. You can see long rotted and mildewed, but still visible, this old, ugly carpet that's lining the hallway, this like grey and green hex carpet pattern that lines the hallway of this portion of the house. As you look around, you can see a bunch of the walls and doors of this upper floor have been kind of ruined, thrown to debris. A lot of the rooms that were once separated are connected.
Who did the decor?
Honestly, I don't know, but as a kid, you don't really notice it.
I have to say, this is one of the most hideous carpet sets I've ever seen.
Or was it always this color?
Oh,
I think it was better looking in the day. I think like time has warped its
Yeah.
colors a little.
maybe it was popular at the time.
I don't think it was like, I don't think it was these colors, I swear. I don't remember it being like that.
I guess the plants got to it.
It's sun bleached.
Sun bleach.
There's green on the carpet, right? Well, one of our family colors were green, so I assume that just they wanted to have as much of that around.
I have no problem with the color. I just think the pattern as well.
That's fair. This is like bottom you get the wood and like the marble, but up here is kind of like on the right side of the stairs,
Mishmash.
left side of the stairs were here. It would be bedrooms, so I mean, like that's why this carpet.
More comforting.
Yeah. Does it feel nice?
You like put your hand on it, and it's just a very nasty mixture of slimy and swampy.
Oh,
Oh, well, maybe it's mostly the swampiness that's made it all green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll move on from the carpet. Can always be replaced. It's the first thing I'll fix.
It's the carpet.
Yeah, the walls are fine, I swear. You see how long my house has stood up for?
You call that standing?
Yeah, that's fair. Head just
first room.
to the first room.
Where are you taking the group?
Sticky tour.
Yeah. I guess we'll go to
MTV Cribs.
past the washroom to the statue room.
Yeah,
Just because that seems the best order.
totally.
I doubt there's anything interesting in a washroom.
Let me bring up some stuff real quick.
Jacob's like, damn it, the washroom. That's the most important part.
That's the one
Imagine.
non-touch clean room in the whole house.
Do you know what like spell or ability would go so hard right now? Grim psychometry.
What's that do?
It's the one Chetney had. It lets you see like the past of an
Oh,
object.
yeah, that's the blood hunter ability.
Yeah.
I'll get that one day.
That's pretty cool.
All right. You push through into that statue room. You're walking down the hall past the washroom, which still has its door on the hinges. You get to kind of the door to the statue room, and that door's still there, but as you enter that space, there used to be kind of a room here that would divide the part of the building that you're currently in from the bedrooms. And you can see that in a couple of places that room, the walls have just kind of fallen apart, and you can see over into the bedroom hallway a bit from where you're standing. And as you enter this place, you can see within the debris here remnants of what looks like a campfire that's been used once or twice, with some very crude looking cooking instruments around it, like someone's squatted here for some amount of time.
It seems like a lot more people have been in my family home than I realized.
As a side note, since we are in like a new area, I want to take a quick scan. Is there any like interesting looking trinkets around, or like just I just want to look around.
Look around, loot the house.
Yeah,
Alright.
well, Vorg did say, you find something,
Yeah.
it's yours,
Yeah.
you know, like...
Are you going into any rooms, or are you just kind of scanning the area that's open to you?
Just any area that we've already been or are entering, just because I don't want to, like, encroach on,
Give me an investigation check as you're wandering.
you know, we're doing this at your pace, and I don't want to...
Yeah. I'll just be investigating the fire, see if it's somehow familiar.
18.
Just looks like a little campfire that someone set up. Give me a investigation check on it. 18. Looking around here, these open spaces, anything that was here has been picked clean by people that have come through. Maybe if you can get into some of the rooms that were less easily accessed, you might find some more interesting things, but it's a lot of just rotted wood and broken stone.
We should try and get to your bedroom, because I think if there is anything in there, someone might not have been able to get in. So there might still be stuff in your bedroom. I know you said you didn't have much, but maybe something.
There's actually the basement, the door, did it seem like anyone opened it?
It looked as heavily locked as always.
I know that we have like an armory and things down. No, yes, down in the basement.
Oh, an armory.
Yeah, where we keep all of our stocks and like alchemical stuff.
Oh, did you have any interesting weaponry or no? Not really the type of family to hold too much of that. Though.
As a kid, can I see if I remember?
Yeah, give me a history check.
I got a 27 on my last thing.
I did also forget that Vorg used to do a bunch of your weapons. Though.
Yeah, they were mainly for our like main.
Squad.
Yeah, whoever was kind of running the family at the time.
I see.
On your last roll, I'll say that campfire looked like it was maybe about a year or so old, but the signs of wear and tear in this room looks like someone might have been living here for months.
Interesting. 17.
17. The armory was always basic weaponry and equipment. But now that you think back on it, those full rig weapons have to be somewhere, but you'd never seen them.
There were things. In a way, I was not like I was born into the family of Bellwood, but it's also a title, and that's what carries its meaning more. And so I would. Sadly, we just weren't around long enough for me to become one in that time. I only technically took the rite of ascension recently, which probably a little late than I should have.
Better late than never.
But there should be some of those weapons that they made around somewhere. But I would say if they are, they'll probably be in the basement, perhaps.
Alright, well, definitely when we do get down there, we'll have to keep our eyes extra peeled. I don't want to miss anything.
Yeah. There is one that I'll take note of, and I'll mention it and I'll describe it. Is the sword my father used.
Sure.
Its guard, was kind of like tree branches, and it was one of the Vorg family's creations. But I think the last time I saw it, he was wielding it. Is that correct? So, who knows where it is now? frightens me that thinking the devil could have taken it if they wanted to stop from happening, but you know.
I have to say, if he was wielding it up here, chances are it did get yoinked.
Yeah.
But you never know. In amongst the chaos, it might just be lying under some rubble.
I don't quite remember where I last saw my father, actually. I think that's one of the many things my brain kind of locked away. I only kind of remember little images of that night, just fire, a forest, Rogue especially. Without Rogue, I probably would be dead, to be honest.
So, Rogue was a part of this family, in a way?
Rogue was my father's horse. If he, was already well trained, if I hadn't found Rogue, I probably wouldn't have made it out in time. I'm sure Rogue had their fair share of bad feelings towards leaving my father behind, but I think horses are smarter creatures than most people give credit for.
Well, what was your father's name?
Alexander.
Strong name.
He's a strong man. He was fierce, but I always was told stories of him from Sebastian, and he always made sure to remind me of how his judgment was what his real strength was, how he knew when not to fight and not to strike.
I feel like I would have gotten along with your father.
Yeah, he was. I'd say you definitely remind me of parts of him. He was fair, and always wanted me to improve. But he had his kind way of showing things, ways that people you may not notice them unless you pay close attention. But he does have a smile. You just have to look for it.
Were there any paintings around?
Give me a perception check as we're walking through here.
Yeah.
The Vorg lore is going so hard right now.
I guess the best way of doing paintings is tapestries these days.
12.
12.
Yeah.
Walking around here, a lot of artwork has either been defaced or just aged beyond recognition, but if there were a few art pieces, paintings that had survived, what do you reckon we might be seeing on the walls?
They're not ones that I have taken. Probably not. But you would probably see us outside, I think, like a family gathering. You'd see Vorg, his sister, his father, his mother, and his uncle. Then they would be outside training or picnic, and you would still see Vorg and his father training behind while everyone's enjoying their meals. Sebastian could be in a few of them, maybe.
You all seem so happy.
We were a happy family. We had I don't think I actually really got into any. I don't think there was any bad blood between any of us. I think we were as close as families could be. There were times, of course, that me and my sister got told off for sneaking around or going to places we shouldn't have been, but other than that, my father would be the one to scold us if we ever did that. My mother, kind of, if we ever made a mistake, I remember one time I did set fire to a wall, not on purpose, and she...
I hope not on purpose.
She put it out, but she wasn't mad. She just had this face of like, mistakes happen, but it's about what you do to fix it. I think that's something that, as a kid, it stuck with me for a long time. Maybe I've forgotten that, but those are the things I want to keep safe with me now. I want to follow those little lessons that I got from just those everyday moments.
Little nuggets of wisdom.
Yeah, because, mistakes are bound to happen. For sure, I've made my fair share. This fire here seems to have been someone, well, maybe not the fire, but someone's ever lived here for a long time. Are the statues intact?
Yeah, you walk into that statue room, and where it looks like once the walls in this kind of small room were lined with busts of various figures. A lot of them have been broken or taken, but a few of them still stand. You can see their names engraved under sculpted facades of each of these individuals. A few of the previous warriors of this house. You can see a kind of broad, tough-looking individual. A plaque reading Galen Bellwood. A few podiums down where another statue remains, another says Marcus Bellwood. Continuing down a little bit further, you see a Thorn Bellwood and a Lyra Bellwood. A few remaining statues of the men and women that once led this house. And where once this room might have been filled with 20, there's only 4 or 5 that remain.
And the campfire's in this room?
It's like out in the hallway, just outside of here.
I think it's definitely weird thinking about, as a kid, how much I wanted to be this. When I look at one of the statues, and it's just...
Immortalized in statue form.
A little bit. Maybe it's the kiddish part of me back then, but I wanted to be great, My father was amazing, and I wanted to make him proud, but part of me wanted to be stronger than him, wiser. And he always pushed me to do that, but it's weird to think how much I wanted that goal and how much I've forgotten and left that goal behind. I think deep down a part of me still wants to be that, but just such a different life.
I think when we get this Bellwood story on track and clear the family name, we ought to put a statue up for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't... It sounds sad, but I wouldn't mind having my title be the last Bellwood, just because it doesn't mean I have to be the last. I just think it would show future ones that there was a last, but it still continues.
No, you are now the first Bellwood.
Oh, I feel so wrong for taking that title, though.
The first and last.
The first and last.
Damn.
Wait, no. No, that
Damn, we ain't killing the hag.
that
Damn.
came out so wrong. I am so sorry. I did not mean it that way.
We'll workshop some titles. We're not really great at that.
No, we're not, are we? We're bad at names.
Vorg the Redeemed.
No, that's it. It could be some cool name there. Maybe Sebastian will have one. But these statues, at least some of them are here.
Vorg. Still sounds weird. Vorg.
How do you think it feels getting used to Strider?
Strider.
You want to know something dumb about the name Strider?
What?
Well, I was telling a story once to my sister, and I always made stories up about like dragons and heroes and stuff, and I always used Strider as like the name of the hero. And when I needed an identity, that's just what I was comfortable with.
Do you know that? I mean, that's neat. I like that.
But thinking back, I'm like, oh, I could have gone with something a lot more simpler, a little more normal.
Was it maybe because since your sister heard that name a lot, maybe she would recognize that it's you?
I guess maybe that was a part of it. In the end, she did recognize me, so maybe that did help. She was always going off and doing her own thing, and I was always chasing after her, so even now, she's gone somewhere, and I'm looking for her again. So I guess not much has changed.
Hmm.
But I don't think this room will have anything else. I just wanted to check if the statues were still standing. I didn't suspect they would be, but
At least some of them are.
yeah. Well, the next stop, I guess, would be... Is the walls around us are kind of fucked up?
Most of
say.
them, yep.
Does that mean we can step through the wall into the sitting room?
The door still seems to be hanging on by like one hinge, but it's pretty easy to kind of open it into the sitting room here.
Oh.
All right, then we can go into the
Yeah.
sitting room / lounge.
Yeah. You can see a small room, a coffee table in the middle that's been broken in the center, and again, more mush-like paper. It's flung on the floor. On either side of that table are big armchair sofas and a fireplace in the corner. Somewhere where the family would have brought guests or potential patrons to make them feel a bit more comfortable by bringing them into the living space here. Still very much a meeting room and a place of business, but a little more homely.
I do wonder what type of meetings happened here. I always try to get a sneak peek and listen.
Maybe building relations.
Yeah, well, they didn't have a seat on the council, but they were like there, I believe. So they probably were a part of some important like hearings.
That's right.
Lord.
Oh, don't mind me, I'm looking at my notebook.
I think the first time I met Sebastian might have been in here, probably. Him asking him to go out on an adventure so we could figure out new songs. I'll just quickly look around, see if there's any noticeable differences or anyone stayed in here.
Yeah, give me an investigation check.
I'm too sad thinking about my first time meeting Sebastian in that one.
Aww.
Again, everything in here seems like it's been picked clean or turned to rubble and ruin.
Well, shall we go into a room that I haven't gone into too many times without permission?
Yes.
Where?
Is the door still standing to my father's study?
Oh, shoot.
You backtrack up the hall a little bit and make your way around, squelching your way over the rather bog-ridden carpet in the hallway, and eventually come to a door that seems to have stood the test of time. Slightly ajar, but still on its hinges and the walls to the room intact.
So what have we got here?
My father's father, I was about to say estate.
Well, yes.
Yeah. My father's study room. Does most of his planning here, so we'll see if there's any books. Maybe I never really thought about it till now, but maybe he was very wise, and I give him so much credit for how smart he was. Maybe he has a book to do when you're the last remaining Bellwood, and the devil's going to attack. Maybe he planned so far ahead. We'll see. So I opened the door.
Prophecy sort of book.
We don't believe in that.
And you open the door.
That was the fastest. We don't believe in that. We don't do that here.
None of that god shit or destiny.
As you open the door into this room, on the back wall you can see is lined with bookshelf after bookshelf. Most of them have like buckled and bowed or completely broken. Books that have once again kind of become one with the dark wood floorboards in here and turned to compost. You can see a table between a few of those bookshelves that has a still partially visible, like 3D sculpted out of wood landscape of the city and the surrounding area. This kind of war planning table. As you step in, there's this moment where the three of you kind of feel your hearts sink as out of the corner of your eye. before you notice it is a head mounted on a wall, there is this horned creature's head that is sticking out of a wooden plaque. Something twisted and wicked that's hanging from the wall. And as you all enter this room to see desks that have been well worn, drawers that seem to have been flung open and all of their contents looted or ransacked, or I get a perception check from everyone.
I
9.
believe.
Ooh,
Yeah, 24.
28.
nice. Okay.
I got too spooked by the devil head.
I actually think, even though it seems out of character for Vorg to get a fright from like a creature, I think he did because of just where he is mindset wise. And he's
Yeah.
like, I'm not here for this now.
That gave me such a fright. Holy moly.
I agree.
All right.
I even knew it was coming.
As you enter, you all notice the various states of disarray that this room is in. The two of you both notice a couple of things. On one of the bookshelves, there appears to be a vial that is still intact with some kind of swirling liquid within it. And caught on like a loose nail higher in the building here, looks like it's been flung off the top of a bookshelf or something. You can see like a small pendant or necklace that has been like hooked through part of the actual design itself and is just kind of hanging there.
I'll go over to the potion. Just pick it up.
Give me a medicine check.
I know I failed the perception check, but can I look around for that sword?
Yeah. Sure, give me an investigation check.
I'm very intrigued by this
Sword
tree
must be
branch
here.
hilt sword.
It's behind us.
I really want it now.
I really thought I messed up more my stats because I'm sitting here and I'm like, I have a +3 wisdom. I'm not proficient. Why is it a +4? But I remember I have the damn lucky cat thing that +1 everything.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a 23.
23. All right.
And was my role in investigation?
Yeah.
Yeah, 17.
As you take this potion down, kind of swirl it around in your hands, kind of give it a bit of a shake, some of the sediment from the bottom kind of drifts up and glitters in the little bit of light that's coming through. This is recognizable to you as a potion of heroism.
That does.
For 1 hour after drinking it, you gain 10 temporary hit points that last for the hour, and for the same duration you're under the effect of the Bless spell, with no concentration required.
Huh.
Hell
Well, I guess Father did have some hidden goods around, even in his study. And I will take out one of my trash vials and I'll put it in my slot.
Any swords?
Is Lily doing anything first?
how high is the pendant?
You'd probably need to stand on something, but
Is there a stable table anywhere?
yeah, you find one of the like least broken bits of like wooden furniture that you can and kind of get up and unhook this thing. It looks like a very old like twine string necklace with a few beads running down the length and a small bone, ironically a small carved bone skull about yay big attached to the end of it.
Anyone in your family wear this?
Do I recognize it?
doesn't look wildly familiar.
No. Well, if they did, I haven't seen it before.
Just that it has a skull on it. It's like not really associated with skulls.
No, I was gonna say maybe you used to not be a skull, but that would be worse. So I'm just going to refrain from. I said it anyway, but no. Does it? Do you fancy it, or
I mean, do you want it?
I don't think I've ever seen that. So, does it do anything? Does it seem magical?
You can give me an Arcana check if you'd like.
Oh, I do need to.
Solid 10.
What's my Arcana? 13.
13. The two of you kind of sitting there looking over this pendant for a while. And you notice tiny little inset gems in the eyes, sculpted carved detail all around it. You can see running around like the base of the eye sockets and then around the back of the skull this tiny, tiny inscription of what looks like arcane enchantment glyphs around. And as you're realizing that this thing probably has magical capability, Yorna on the other side of the room, looking around, kind of pulling the door partially a little bit. You can see on the back of the door what looks like was once a couple of sculpted bolts that came out where a sword would be hung. As you're doing that with your nat 1 from earlier.
With my
Nat 1 from earlier.
nat 1?
On your perception when you walked in the room? No, it wasn't a nat 1.
No,
It's just
it
low,
wasn't.
right?
Yeah, it was
Under
just
10?
really low. Yeah, under 10.
As you're looking around there, that door, the hinges kind of bend and break, and you feel the door kind of loosening from your grip. You all hear a thud as the door hits the floor. And a couple of seconds later, the bowing of the various bookshelves in this room. And Yorna, you notice as a jar from on top of the bookshelf begins to plummet off towards the floor.
Can I catch it?
Give me a... What is your approach to getting across here, 15 feet of this room in the blink of an eye? How are you attempting to catch this thing?
I'm gonna, feet firmly planted on the ground. I'm gonna, jump forward and launch myself.
Yeah, you're just going for a straight
Can
jump.
I also
Yeah.
try and catch it?
Yeah, how are you aiming to aid in this?
I'm gonna wait half a second before Misty stepping,
Okay, interesting.
just to see if Yorna is about to catch it or not.
Totally. Give me an athletics and give me a arcana or nature from you.
I would like to try stabilize the bookshelf.
You're on the opposite side of the room.
Damn.
How are you getting over there?
I got a 22.
I
22?
just look at it like, oh, fuck.
Either one is the same. 4.
Well, all right. You choose not to react because as Yorna leaps across the room, pushing firmly off the floor, you hear a in the floorboards and can hear dust falling on the floor below as you jump across and catch this glass jar mid-air. And as you kind of roll up on the floor and hold it in your hands, it's large. And submerged in a thick green liquid, you can see a skull floating up and down, the jaw still somehow in the correct place, even though it's not attached to the rest of the skull. And you can swear that there is a glow coming from behind the eye sockets.
Ah,
Nice catch.
thank you.
You okay?
I think it's looking at me. Do you see it glowing?
Can I
Do I see it glowing?
sense if there's any magic coming from this jar?
I will say, without needing to roll anything, as Yorna leans in the direction of the two of you, one by one it locks eye contact with the two of you.
No, fuck that.
Put it back.
Have I seen this before?
As a coin.
You have
Maybe.
not.
Can I like wave the necklace to see if it follows in?
I mean, it seems to like bob back and forth and kind of follow the movement, but not in any kind of.
Yeah.
Like draw.
Yeah.
What was the purpose of this?
That's what I want to know.
Is
Have I?
it a monster? in
Yeah, I was
there?
gonna say, do I know this type of skull?
Give me a history or investigation check.
Faithing? Undead?
Is it just a submerged flaming skull?
That'd be sick. Well, that's such a smart idea, actually.
Yeah, because it
Yeah.
couldn't.
Screw those things.
Yes. To answer your question, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
underway.
I figured it out a while ago. It's like, oh,
Um,
not another one of those.
investigation or history?
Yep.
Investigation, because my history got nerfed.
Sorry.
That would be like 24.
24. Submerged in a mixture of some sort of ooze and holy water to keep it alive but subdued. This is a flame skull that is kind of submerged in place.
Okay. Whatever any of us do not open or break this jar. It is a flaming skull.
Well, I'm very glad that I almost broke the floorboards to
But-
catch it.
How is it flaming if there's no flames?
I think that's the
Yeah,
point.
the liquid keeps it from flaming out.
So if that had shattered everywhere, it would have, and we would have had a problem on our hands.
I really don't think we should just put it back, though. Would it
Or
be
at
safer
least
with
we-
us?
Or at least we put
We
it
can
somewhere
put it
where
in the
it can't
basement.
fall over.
I think maybe we just carry with us for a little bit and we place it neatly outside.
Outside.
Yeah, so there's nothing to fall on it.
Yeah.
But there's also possibilities of it being knocked over.
I guess I'm rogue. Do I have my like saddlebags
You'd
and
have your
stuff?
stuff.
I
yeah.
could just put it in there.
I mean, as long as it doesn't break, I'm not fussed with
This
where
is
it
a
ends
sturdy
up.
jar, I presume.
This thing's aged 11 years here with shit falling on it from the roof. She'll be right.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna put it in my backpack for now. I'm gonna wrap it up in like my old cloak that I don't wear, and I'll put it in my backpack.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
That's terrifying.
So I found some bolts where I assume the sword used to hang from. That's what I was over here for.
Ah, yes. Yeah, I would presume that he hung it whenever he wasn't using it.
But he was probably using it that night, right?
Do I remember if he was?
He would have been wielding it.
Yeah, and without the blade, even if we convince the family to start creating weapons again, the Bellwood weapon could never be created without the sword, because we used to transfer the enchantment from the new weapon, from the weapon to the next weapon, depending on the new wielder, who might not want to use a sword.
Oh. So what makes the sword very special is the enchantment that's on it.
Yeah, it's still made, like the quality of each weapon is still from the Vorg family, but the enchantment is the kind of the butter on the toast.
The butter on the toast. I like that one.
My father always trained me in sword fighting. I just picked up the crossbow just to be safe, because it's sometimes you don't want to get close to an enemy like that damn buzzy bug, whatever that thing was.
Except that you do it anyway with the crossbow.
You know what? Sometimes you're already in close range, you know?
No,
Don't wanna-
I understand.
Don't want to use your action to disengage, you get it, right?
I do get it. In a past life, I had other luxuries.
Plus, in trying to become stronger, faster, and smarter than my father, I studied over time. I tried to learn how to attack quicker. So having the sand crossbow gave me a little extra edge and speed. How many times could my father attack in a single turn?
Many.
What level was your father?
Well, it's like,
Many.
yeah, that's
Like level 20 or?
Probably pretty close. Yeah.
I think I'm many times.
Mm.
Well, I guess that's the father study. Does it seem like people have been in here like as well? I want mainly care about more if it seems like the same person, like the way it's being kept.
Interesting. Give me another investigation check in here.
24.
24. This place looks like it's been mostly left alone in recent. The dust everywhere is thick enough that it looks like it hasn't been disturbed, but definitely looks like someone came through here at some point and looted the desk and grabbed anything important off of the bookshelves, but it's been left well enough alone for a while.
I wonder if at some point perhaps I should maybe track down everything that might have been stolen. I even wonder who the heck would have come in
All of
here.
it?
I mean, like if there's an important family memorabilia.
What?
Like anything that like holds good memories.
Oh, memorabilia.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know how to say that word.
I was
I was
also
too
like,
busy
what did you
studying. I was
say?
too busy studying creature names, and 9 languages. Okay, forgive me. My common's not as sharp as my draconic.
Common isn't my first language.
Oh my god.
I will then, I guess, lead us. Well,
Have we searched all of the side?
I think we could do a quick check of the bedrooms.
The bedroom.
Can we take the balcony way?
Yeah, you can loop back around and head out that direction.
If the balcony's even standing.
For the most part, it seems to be. There's definitely some holes in places, but it's stood the test of time.
Yeah, just loop around the balcony then.
Take a bit of a wander around there and kind of looking out at the forest beyond across the ruined front courtyard. You can see the rooftops of the city in the distance and the late afternoon sun. The top of the House of Gold just catching this ray of light.
This was me and my sister's favorite place, actually. You can see a lot of stars at nighttime, especially Argentum. If we didn't go down for the gardens during the festival, you could see quite the glow from here.
Did you visit the gardens often when you were younger? Or not really? You
During-
said you didn't.
During the festival?
Yeah.
I did. My birthday is always kind of around that time-ish. Not during the festival, but like a week or so after. But they're still glowing. That's when we went. So I did see them quite a lot as a kid. But there were times there, of course, we couldn't if there was like family business. So we would wait up here and watch it. To the bedrooms.
Wander in. A couple of the first bedrooms here, kind of mostly guest rooms or for like maids or other people that worked in the house have been kind of pushed in, the walls turned to debris. You can see remnants of beds that have just been turned to ruin. A lot of the rooms at the end of the hall, kids' rooms and the master bedroom, all still seem to be intact. The doors still on their hinges, most of them still partially ajar and opening into the room. And as you're looking around, you can see that the carpet in those rooms is also soaked through for the most part, and smelling rather vile. But
can I check the master's bedroom first?
open the door to a large double bed, and it looks like it had been either very much still unmade or has been ransacked since. So there's a couple of small side tables and a bookshelf in the corner that once again mostly seems to be turned to ruin.
Is this where my father and mother probably stayed? Can I check if there's any like wardrobes or anything that maybe has anything that survived off their stuff?
No. Take a bit of a look in here. For the most part, wardrobes have been picked clean up in this portion of the house. There are a few ratty-looking clothes that have been eaten away by rotten mildew, but
This is my throat.
Was it yours? I thought it was
That's my
Ripley's throat.
not much that seems to have stood through time up here.
There's actually one thing I want to add, two things I want to add that I'm just overall keeping my eye on, like
Yeah.
passive perception-ish.
Yeah.
I want to see if there's any note of anything kind of House of Gold related. Because I know that Calvar was doing an investigation, but I wonder if that led him to actually investigate the place.
Totally. Yeah.
And I want to see if at any point maybe there's a letter that maybe my sister did come back here a long time ago and maybe thought I would find it, but I never came back.
All right. Keeping your eyes out.
Probably see if none of the really guest rooms or bedrooms are that important, but I'll check on mine and see
Yeah.
what it's like.
You open the door that's still mostly on one hinge. One of the boards in the door itself is buckled. Opens into a small but homely room. And what do we see in here?
Probably see a stack of not so great looking books now,
No.
but there's definitely a ton of language books, probably stacked where the desk used to be.
Yeah.
I think there would be wooden swords around, various fake weaponry, either for pretend or practice, unsure. And I think there would be, I don't know if tapestries are a big thing, but there might have been one, like by where the bed is, with like the family symbol, and maybe like written was like, to protect all, something like a quote.
Yeah.
So this is where you grew up.
Yes. It seems also small now, though. But I guess when you compare it to bedrooms of normal houses in the city, it's probably quite large. Especially for a kid's room.
I point to the stack of books on the desk. Those look a little bit like language books, and everything starts to make a bit more sense.
I grabbed like the second from the bottom. It's
Yeah.
like, I was like, this was my favorite one, only because it's so difficult to learn, and you probably can't read it anymore. But learning Infernal sucks
Yeah.
because it's not even a language. I swear it doesn't seem like a language.
Give us a bar.
Give me a bar of Infernal. What do you want me to say? I'll translate.
I love my horse Rogue.
Weirdly enough, it's actually not a translation for love in the Infernal language.
Oh, damn.
Don't know if that's canon, but it is in my head.
I like it.
I like it.
Oh man, I gotta do a sound that doesn't sound like my giant. I feel like Infernal is very like wispy, aggressive sounds, so I'm just gonna be like, "Ushai nai."
I hate it.
Yeah, it's not great. It's you just have to figure it out. There's no like with all the others, there's like history to how the language kind of came to be, and you can kind of quote it to other languages. Where this one, it just is. Like I don't think fiends learn language, if you know what I mean.
It's probably instinct for them.
Exactly. So you're learning like a bestial language, it felt. I'm sure freaking Xavier would have a fit at me saying that, but he can rile in his soon-to-be grave.
Roll in his grave.
Actually, before we left Argentum, the night before when I was walking to the House of Gold, I did get a sense of fiendish energy. It was very, like, faint. Just something to note of.
Well, I mean, Xavier is probably still prancing around somewhere.
I think he is now, definitely. All right. Maybe I'll take the tapestry. I'll just roll it up.
Yeah. Take that off the wall.
Yes, that's the good thing about tapestries. Water damage doesn't mess them up too badly, but I guess fire gets them pretty good.
That it would.
I'll take us back down to the first floor.
Yeah.
And guess we can always come. Yeah. I'll take us to the basement door.
Mm.
Basement door.
Head back down. And back through the little public library area. Back up through that hallway. And eventually you are standing again before that large, heavy set door. Made mostly of metals and a gargantuan lock in the center of it. And that sign that still hangs above it, which says house members only, strictly restricted.
Do we get verbal access from you?
Yes. Maybe like just in case there's like some weird like smiting thing possible. Vorg Bellwood allow these people, Yorna and Lily, to enter. I say towards the door.
Yeah, right.
Sick. Does it look like it's got a lock?
This large, heavy door in the center of it has like a knocker, and under it a large, heavy set lock in the door.
Don't suppose you have a key.
What's the lock look like? Just a normal key?
Just a normal key.
Well, can't say a part of me hasn't wanted to do this, and I pull up my lockpick
Yeah!
and I'll go up to it.
All right.
You don't have proficiency in it anymore.
No,
right?
but I have gloves.
Yeah.
What do my gloves do?
Ah,
Give you a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
they do.
I had a
Throw
plus
on button.
13 in lockpicking before, but it probably drops by at least a large number. Come
It
on.
dropped by at least.
Did I give you a card for those?
Nah.
Drat. You've lost proficiency, right?
Yeah.
So just take your proficiency off of.
13.
Yeah.
Okay. So then take, so 3 off, so 10.
Yeah.
Okay. It's been a while since I've done this. Father, forgive me, and I will go and lock
Yeah.
it. Shite. 12.
12. Getting your lockpick in the door. You get like one part of it up, and you can feel the next bit that you're working on. And then as that's happening, you hear this as it closes again. You pull it out, and one of your lockpick pieces is like bent and crooked.
Ooh. Sure you don't have a key?
Yes. I wasn't allowed, like, whenever I came down, it was with someone else.
Does this door look like it could, maybe be kicked down?
I mean, it looks like the best standing part of the house you've seen so far, but it's still attached to wooden walls. There's a chance.
Yeah. Listen, if it doesn't work a second time, I can always bust
That's
it down.
Give me one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Can I attempt again?
Yeah.
Come on. I have such a high add-on, please. 18.
18. All right.
Will it do the job?
Just met the DC.
Oh.
Get it in. First one goes. Second one goes. As you're clicking in that third, what are they called? Tumblers within the lock. You feel it kind of lock into place a little bit. Use your elbow to like grab the door handle and just push it enough. And this thing, heavy set metal hinges. You just hear this
Oh.
as it partially opens. It'll be very loud pushing it open the rest of the way.
So I'm kind of just proud of myself. That lock was difficult.
It looked difficult.
It was. It's kind of busted and I throw it. This is gonna be very loud. Door.
All right.
Surely oil it up.
And that's gonna help. It's just
Wait.
very heavy.
Lubricated.
Maybe my special ointment works for
Does-
that.
I did my sensory thing when we got here.
Did you?
I did use it last session. I'm just trying to remember when.
I thought it was when you went to the House of Gold.
You know, I'll do
I
it.
think you did it at the tree.
Yeah.
Tree.
It lasted a minute. Would we probably not go closer? I will then
Really?
use that ability
Mm.
really quickly. I'm gonna grab my necklace and feel a stronger connection being so close to the tree in the house.
Yeah.
And see if there's any fiends, undead. The whole shebang, as I say.
Yeah. List out the whole shebang for me. Real quick.
Aberration, celestial, dragon, elemental, fey, fiend, undead.
Elemental.
No.
Um, Undead.
Mm-hmm.
I need to look up some stuff.
Either
Don't forget,
or,
we
I know.
do have a flame skull.
Either
in your
or.
backpack.
undead or elemental could be the flame singer.
It's
Ho- Hopefully.
It's a good question. Do you know that at the top of your head, DM? If flame skull, do I know if flame skull is undead or elemental? Or both?
Well, it was your undead proficiency that let you know
That's
it was a
what I
flame
thought.
skull. Yeah.
Cool. I was just double checking it's not both.
Um,
Can you be both? That'd be sick. I think that would add a lot of issues to these spells.
Kind of smells like those, like gummy sour ollies you get from the dairy.
shockingly, I think that's it.
undead.
Undead and
Elemental.
elemental.
Yeah.
Undead is probably what you got sitting in your backpack.
I let the others know that I get elemental vibes. Does worry me a little bit. Because I keep sensing that one elemental in the city that one time.
It's just been here this whole time.
I don't think it reached that far.
No.
But it might have moved. Like, it's...
It
Do
might
I
move.
remember... Have I ever known that we held any elementals? Just doesn't seem like a thing we would, like, need. I might have been out of the know.
You wouldn't have known of any elementals, apart from the ones that you found in the sewers, obviously.
I just... We'll go in with caution. I'll go in first, since I've been in here, like, a few times at least. And I will crimson right my blade
Yeah.
and just get that ready. And I will take 1 damage. Woohoo!
Nice.
That, and I will... Is it dark? Does it seem in the basement? Being that...
Pitch black. As you open the door to the stairwell, you get a waft of stale air mixed with stone, and just see, after about 15 feet down the staircase, pitch black darkness.
Oh, that's actually really smart.
It'll also light up invisible things.
Yeah, that'd be handy. I will pick up the lantern of reveal and give it to me. You want to use this then? Keep the back lit. And I give you the orb.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And we pop up lantern, reveal light, max light.
Can I get a group perception check as you do that?
I know.
They're
There's a
right
figure
there.
this close to
Oh,
us.
guys, I see everything. I might as well have dark vision. Nat 20.
Okay.
26.
19.
19. As Vorg is setting that lantern up to go down the stairs, Yorna, out of the corner of your eye, as you're receiving that drift globe and the lantern light emanates in the space. In the stonework of the wall behind you, you swear that out of the corner of your eye, you just see 3 sets of eyes disappear into the stonework as that lantern light sheds in this place.
There were 3 pairs of eyes looking at us. They are gone. They went into the wall. Know anything that can do that?
What?
I turn around. What wall is it? Just not in
You
the
guys are
basement.
currently in the hallway. That door to the basement is to your right. Your mother's robes are 15 or so feet down the hallway, and there is just a mixture of wood and stone wall that would be the back wall of the grand hall.
3 eyes?
Yes, 3 pairs of eyes.
I'm not going to question your judgment on it, but I open up my monster book, which does have standard elementals in it. Do I know how many eyeballs these suckers have?
Usually none.
What the fuck has 3 eyes? Okay, let's... You guys cool if I try something dumb?
Sure.
Will it endanger us more?
No.
Okay.
I go over to the wall. I tap it. And I go, whatever's in this wall or a part of this wall, reveal yourself. I am from House Bellwood. This place is under my protection, and I will point the revealing lantern at it.
Nice.
Okay.
I got
Surely.
Blank range.
peepers in the wall.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 19. No, sorry. Unnatural 20.
Unnatural.
Nearly
20.
nerfed myself.
As you shine the lantern back in the direction of the wall, as you tap it with your hand, there is a chill on that wall as you tap it. In the place where whatever this is had disappeared back through it, just this coldness. And for just a moment, you see 2 glowing blue dots appear in the stonework. 1 set of eyes. The faint echo of a voice kind of reverberates through the room. Unholy place.
Yeah.
And they disappear back through the wall.
Okay.
Did everyone hear that? Or
Oh yeah.
Unholy.
I'm just gonna say the obvious. Yes, this does make it seem like this place is cursed or perhaps done bad things. I've never seen that in my life.
Is
I
a
don't-
ghost?
Do I... It's not an elemental, it's...
Is a ghost?
If it could be undead maybe, but I don't even... Do I know of undead things that could like take over objects like a mimic?
Did the voice give off a hostile tone?
History, insight,
Undead happen?
advantage.
Yes.
15.
15.
Sorry.
It didn't seem friendly.
Okay.
That is going to be... What do I pick? What was it? History, right?
Yes.
Then that will be 23.
23. There are any number of undead that can possess people, places, and things. There's also a number of undead that just have the ability of ethereal movement. So your inkling is pretty high that whatever this is some sort of undead being or trapped soul.
Can I then, before we head down, there's this one room on this floor that I think might be worth checking, just if it is an undead. Can I quickly take us through the library into the alchemy supply?
All right. So that alchemy room, yes.
How open is that door?
Which door?
The metal door that we opened just before. Okay, cool. I just don't want anything coming out
Okay.
without making a noise.
That alchemy room can only be accessed from the exterior of the building, but you can walk back out through the main hall
Shoot.
if you would prefer.
Yeah, then we will do that.
Do you still have the lantern up as you're moving?
Yes, just in case.
Can I get group perception checks as you're walking through here then?
And just in
Oh, yeah.
When the DM asks,
Dirty
you say
20s.
yes.
13.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. As you're walking back through the main grand hall area here, Yorna and Vorg, so you're kind of keeping a bit of an eye out. Just every so often, at the edge of that lantern light, you see what looks like a piece of fabric just waving in the wind, and as you look over, it's gone. There's nothing there that it could have been hanging off of. And as you take a few more steps, you see what looks like a face, half of its flesh rendered from the bone, and then it disappears off again. And all three of you just every so often hear this whisper bouncing off the marble of this room. This tragic place. Death, despair, liars, all.
I was always taught not to kill for vengeance, but goddamn would it feel good to shut them up.
I'm
And
surprised they've only just now shown their face.
perhaps it's because I said my name out loud. Weird who I am. We'll be quick. We'll go to the alchemy room first. There's a chance there could be holy water there, maybe.
Holy water.
As soon as you step out of the grand hall, back out to like the main entrance outside of the building here, you stop getting visual, you stop hearing voices of those things. It seems that they are contained within the room or the building. You make your way to outside, a small set of stairs that leads up to a small portion of the building. Much more cobbled together looking stone room where it looks like parts of the wall might have blown out in places and been repaired over time. Another heavy set metallic door that is still firmly on its hinges but is slightly ajar and doesn't appear to be locked.
I'll just open it up, and I will. I have a feeling I have fond memories of this place with my uncle, so.
You enter a small-ish room. A couple of desks here, a few vials strewn about the place. You can see a few piles of skeletal remains in this room. One that looks like it belonged to a towering creature of some description that is slumped up against a wall pile of bones. One that looks vaguely humanoid. You can see an unlit fireplace and cold coals. You can see crates of shattered bottles and potions that have leaked onto the floor, and a few places on the walls where some of this substance seems to have crept into the stonework. You can see these amazing crystalline formations that have spread out of the walls where alchemy equipment seems to have mixed with stuff it shouldn't have.
Is the humanoid body perhaps have any clothing around that I might recognize?
Give me an investigation check.
That one.
Oh.
Anything that this corpse had that would have denoted maybe who it was has been removed. It is merely bone at this point.
Well, good job for getting rid of one of them at least. Everyone should deserve a burial at some point. And I will look for where I think the holy water would have been kept.
Yeah. So going off of your investigation before, having a look around this room. You go over to a small desk which has a few drawers within it, and notice that one of the bottom drawers is still very much locked shut. Yeah, give me another lockpicking check.
I assume you picked those back up.
Yeah,
You threw the bent one.
it's a 12.
12. Easy enough to do. You get in there and pick a few tumblers and eventually feel it unlock out of place. Old lock, which could have as easily been fused as it was just rotted away and easy enough to pop open and drawer rolls out. Within it, you see a few vials that seem to have stood the test of time. 3 vials of holy water. A large wax-sealed vial of red liquid, which you would recognize as a rather potent superior healing potion.
Oh, hell.
Whoa.
And one that is vaguely teal in color, has almost like a swirl running through it a little bit as the drawer rolls open. If you want to give me a medicine check on that to see if you recognize it immediately.
That's a wisdom check, yes. Who knew? That's going to be 19.
19 is a potion of water breathing.
Do any of you want the superior health potion now?
How much does that do?
How much does it have?
8d4 plus 8.
Holy fuck.
That's a lot.
I think Lily has the most health potions currently.
Do I?
Well, I gave
I
you
have.
some before.
5 regular, 1 greater.
Well, if there is no objection, I would like to hold on to it.
Yeah, hold on to it. It's also a water breathing one, which I'll just hold on to. For some reason, I always end up being the one to swim. Probably because of my swimming speed.
Funny that.
So 8d4
Plus 8. I will hand 1 holy water to Yorna. You have a sheath, correct, on your blade?
I do.
Would you say, like, my potions, we could, like, pour it down the blade?
Let me see how holy water works.
Holy water, my blade.
As an action, you can splash the contents of this flask onto a creature within 5 feet of you or throw it up to 20 feet. So
What's the damage? Is it like the sticky flame where it's like on its turn?
in either case, make a ranged attack against the creature, treating the holy water as an unimprovised weapon. If the target is a fiend or undead, it takes 2d6 radiant damage.
Okay.
So it is an action of its own.
Yeah.
It requires the full dose, essentially.
But I could use it on a quick toss.
I'll hand you 1 holy water.
Thank you.
Then, this is more like a real cool question then. Because my blade is ice and cold, do you think I could
Frozen
freeze
holy
it on my
water.
blade for like 1 strike?
I would say you could apply it to your weapon and choose to use its effects in place of the damage for an attack if you wanted to.
I see. It's alright. Then I might, on that case, hand Yorna a second vial.
Yeah, dude, I can throw these like ham sandwiches.
And I'll keep 1 on me just in case.
Can I look at the skeleton?
Yeah.
I want to see if there's like any like equipment remaining.
Yeah. Give me an investigation check.
Nothing.
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 Very much the same as what Vorg saw. Everything here has been picked clean.
Holy shit.
Well, with the holy water, I think we'll be more prepared for going down there just in case they want to show themselves off again.
Pick a fight.
Alright, let's get to the basement.
As you turn around, you notice that on the hinges, the door is slowly kind of
Closing?
closing. You can see on the ceiling above it, kind of leaking down onto the door, this deep black ichor that seems to be dripping over and kind of slowly shutting the door.
I rush to the door, and can I just shoulder barge it open and break the hinges?
Yeah, give me.
Can I assist? Can I like run up,
Yeah,
see
we
what
just
he's
double
doing? I
run.
want to run up behind. I see what's happening.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah.
Are you
I'm in there
gonna
as
give
well.
him advantage, or are you gonna roll separately here?
Is this what is this?
This is
Athletics?
going to be contested athletics checks between you and
Roll
this
separately.
ooze.
I have.
Yeah, roll
+6.
separately.
Yeah.
You'll roll better than me.
You don't want to give me advantage? Oh no,
He's
because I'm
initiated.
assisting you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Roll separately.
Athletics, eh?
Ew.
Oh,
I got you. I got you.
It was so close on that 20.
23.
8.
8. You run up and shove, and this thing seems to have a pretty firm grip on the door as it continues to close. As Yorna runs up behind him, you feel the hinges buckle and this thing goes flying out. The ooze that was partially attached is ripped in half and flung out with the door.
Hell yeah.
And as the door settles to the ground, you watch this pile of black just and just kind of welts up and then explodes onto the grass. You can see any grass, any metal within the vicinity just starts to kind of get eaten away, almost smoking a little bit, as what would have been a couple of black puddings are scattered across the field outside.
yeah.
The minute you said start eating meat, I'm like, that's that thing from our
Yeah,
first campaign. Those
And that
motherfuckers.
absolutely stuffed up your weapon.
Black ooze.
Was it
Yeah.
your weapon or your
Yeah,
arm?
my hammer got like a
The-
-4 on it.
Acid ooze.
Alright. Do I know that they do that probably?
As soon as you see that effect, you'd recognize what it was, I'd say.
Alright, we're not fighting these things. If we see them, they're going to damage our gear.
All right. Well, dodged a bullet on that one.
My shoulder hurts. Hell. Jesus.
Ah.
I feel like, yeah, I'm going to stretch this one out a little bit
Just pulled a muscle.
as we start.
I just flexed mine a little bit.
How's your shoulder feel?
Fine, thank you.
Surprisingly.
As we start leading everyone to the basement door, I'm just like, kind of trying to put my shoulder back.
Yeah. Giving it a bit of a rub on the way. All right. We'll take another quick break, and then we'll jump back into it in a moment. Then, having explored most of the ground floor and the upstairs that felt relevant, that large, heavy, set metal door once again in front of you, partially ajar, leading into the darkness of the stairwell. What do we do?
I point the revealing lantern out, and I just look back at the others, and I go, now there's 2 ways we can go about this down here. We could attempt to go into the restricted library off the bat, or... Oh, well, there's the private library, and then there's the restricted area. Or we can check the other side, which is the armory, alchemy, spell training, and sadly, creature holding
Ooh.
Do
and creature dissection.
I see.
do the library first. That way we know if we find what we need.
Alright. You think the library is a good first bet?
I think so. But you know I want to get to that armory after that.
Yeah, that's fair. Then, library first.
All right.
We'll save the restricted for last, though.
Totally. Let me bring up my... Take a few steps down. As you reach the bottom of this staircase, holding this lantern out, you're greeted by a short corridor hallway. At the very end of that hallway, you can see where, in the few times that you'd been down here, usually there would have been a large 20-foot tall mirror hung at the end of this hallway. But that has since fallen and shattered across the ground, revealing behind it a door that you had only seen a few times. No handle, no lock, no parting in the middle. Just this portion of the stone facade with that visage of a tree carved into the front and a dozen or so arcane glyphs around the edge. If you didn't know that this was a door, you would think it was just an art piece carved into the end of the hallway. As you take a step down here, there are doors to both your right and left, well preserved, still on their hinges. There's very little dust down here because none was able to get down.
Well, so far it's a good sign. This place is well kept, luckily. Alright, we'll start with the library.
Open the door into the library. It smells dusty, old, worn. Doesn't smell rotted or mildewed. This place still feels usable. Just quickly.
How often do you think I was allowed in just this area in general? I know the restricted area is deeper, but still this had a safeguard.
This is a place that your father would have shown you when you asked to see the restricted area. This is very much still was a treat for you to see. The restricted area itself, beyond that door at the end, is a place that you've never been. This is a place that maybe you got to sit a handful of times and pick a few books from the shelves. And you can see equally the size of a city library worth of bookshelves, even in this small library here. More maps on cartography tables set around a large rug with a couple of old chairs, one of which seems to have partially broken and fallen apart, but there's a glass sitting on the table covered in dust that still has a little bit of wine that's crystallized in the bottom, like someone had left it here and was expecting the maids to come and pick it up later. Large animal rug stretched out on the cold stone, the head of an owlbear looking up from the floor. This chamber is, well, this library, probably almost the size of the lower floor of Yorna's house. This is not a small room here. And it is filled with both the publicly available Bellwood books, as well as those that are closer refined, that were almost ready to be released, that were in publication, that are in the later stages of their refinement. There's no handwritten notes, there's no first accounts in here, but any book that looked even remotely ready for a shelf has been stored in this room.
It kind of makes me proud to see this place so well managed to survive. It's kind of magnificent in a way.
We'll have to organize a way to maybe get all of this preserved properly.
Yeah, well, as long as we don't mess it up while we're here, maybe once, the clouds have cleared from this battle to come, we could ship it all somewhere to safety.
Mm.
Well, while we're here, we might as well look for the books that are most important. Do we organize these books well?
I would imagine that there would be quite a good system here, at least for the publicly available books. Some of the others might be a little more mixed-matched, but...
Is there what do people do in these days? There's like a book, a catalog, correct? Is that how people do it?
There seems to be a small catalogue here by the kind of more public section, at least.
Okay. Do you guys want to look around for anything? Maybe first sightings of the city, like the arena or draconic heritage of the city?
I was almost thinking maybe some geographical information of before the city was even built.
Just anything related to it. I will see if I can find anything relating to our hive mind friend.
Oh, yes.
I doubt that it would be in here, but I remember hearing or reading about it somewhere, so maybe it is here.
Hmm.
I'll hand Lily the catalog. You've been to the library before, you mentioned. Maybe you'll be able to figure this out. And I'll just freehand, being that I may have come here requesting fiendish books before. And I'm going to try find something related to a hive mind and or any Bellwood books that hold like enchantments, perhaps.
Yeah, totally.
Can I add to your search query?
Yes.
Lady of Decay.
Lady of Decay.
All right. So who's looking for what specifically? You're on the hunt for these?
I'm looking for any geography of before the city was built.
Yeah, totally.
Looking through the catalog,
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if there's any books that have similar wording of Jin Draconis or during the Draconic period.
Yeah, totally. Okay.
I'll also yell out to Lily as I'm already searching. I'm like, Lily, could you also look for dark rituals of lords and ladies?
Dark rituals, oh Lord, it's ladies.
Might not be there, but
Before we roll, there is no mention of names and rituals of Dark Lords and Ladies in the catalogue here. But for everything else, can I get everyone to give me an investigation check?
I'm looking about fiendish stuff. I get
Not for this one.
yeah, that's alright. It's pretty good.
I don't suppose looking at the catalog would give me a bit of an advantage, like a guide.
You didn't say you were looking at the catalogue.
Does
Oh,
that
I
give me
just
an
assumed
advantage?
that-
Yes, it'll give you an advantage.
Yay!
I just assumed that I was.
Oh, much better.
That's alright. At 5.
15.
All right.
19.
All right. Taking a look around here. No books that immediately jump out as you as geographical importance. But the maps that are out on some of these cartography tables, some of the information is a little worn through. But there's definitely other information here on these maps. This isn't a strict visual telling of the city as it currently stands. There's a few details here that would be absent on other maps, and almost like this is a draft that has been drawn over time and time again. You can see details erased underneath. You can see where it looks like the first story of the building, the low stone, was added above the ring of earth, and in fresher and fresher graphite and ink, the various portions of the city have risen around it. A few details that maybe hadn't yet made their way onto these maps before the travesty at the house here. The sundial's not there yet. The gear isn't there. There's 2 or 3 buildings where it now stands. The Legion headquarters is a single building instead of a block of 2. Just a few minor details that have since changed. Underneath it all, you can see a sketch of a oval shape where the brass shelf now sits, kind of reaffirming that that's where the arena once stood. Lily.
I was going to move my mic across.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to take my jacket off.
Ah, gotcha.
Quite warm.
Yeah, sort of kicking in on my
Yeah.
but I'll wait. Just because we're connected onto the same server. We're playing local.
Oh yeah, man. All right, looking through the catalog, details of what the city once was. You do find specifically Le Draconis, that book that you'd previously found at the city library, is attributed two authors to it, a Victor Bellwood and a Galen Bellwood.
Do we need to?
Get it past Bellwood.
Which, what is now a history book, was at the time a not so distant telling of what the land was before Argentum was built here. You also, looking through here, find an additional book by the Marcus Bellwood, whose statue you'd previously seen, titled The Isle of Draconis, which was supposedly a more up-to-date telling of the important information from that period.
I look for it.
I know I'm not there, but would a ancient dragon language book, like how to read?
How to read your dragon?
Because you said one of the books was like, one of the things we tried to read in the past was like ancient draconic,
Yeah.
which normal draconic couldn't read.
I'll say that you don't notice any sign of anything like that, at least in this library here. But going over to that Isle of Draconis and looking through, you see a similar map that you'd previously seen in that other book that shows the various cities of Lecivet, the various territories. Argentum is now on the map. Next to it is a name, a familiar name, Argentum, the name of the silver dragon that was the namesake for the city here. Specifically, it denotes him as Argentum, the bolsterous performer. Over the capital of Lecivet, the city that you know as Zenithia, another name is written, Alla Urea, the scholar. Over the trade city of Nexa, a vibrant hub of commerce and money within Lecivet, Zulthar, the cheeky, also denoted as the trickster. And then drawn onto this map, there is a faint outline of mountains where the Shatterpoint Peninsula now sits. It still denotes the peninsula as being a site of ruin, but just explains that it was found out that the city that is now Chassanor was once part of a mountain range that sat there, and has a name next to that, Tiagoval the Curious. In the north, Lysar. There is no draconic name etched into that city. The information was not known or not able to be found. there anything else specifically that you're looking for in these draconic books?
Any events that might have occurred during these times while the cities were built?
Probably want to check for the crystal as well.
That too.
No mention of the crystal that you can find. You find a list of a few events here. The birth of Draconis, which denotes the father dragons, or the great dragons, something a little lost in translation, arriving at the land that is now Zenithia, the capital city. That together the siblings built the first.
Why is the story so wholesome?
After probably centuries, you can tell by the way that this is written, another event called the Fracture, where that kin spread, each building a new city in their image. All except Argentum, who instead travelled between the cities of his brethren for a time. There are other smaller events that you notice described throughout this book of various buildings being created in some of these cities and visits from one dragon to one of the other cities, but the only other event that really captures your attention is just a moment in time referred to as the disappearance. And actually, give me a history check here.
I want to see a whole episode just dedicated to the dragon storyline, and it's narrated by like the Ninjago narrator.
Yeah.
There's no talking.
Oh, 19.
19.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's just for the boy.
This event denotes a moment in time. Over the centuries that these dragons ruled and created and tended to their cities, where all 5 disappeared. And kind of thinking back and mulling over it in your mind, that all lines up with the information that has been given to you by Strider and by others, is around the same time that Argentum supposedly died.
Like they all disappeared at the same time.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. We'll move on to Vorg. Looking for information on some fiends.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to quickly run me through again exactly what you're after?
I'm looking for anything regarding the Mother of Decay, hive minds. I was also looking for, I think, not related to the devils, I think. The book's not here. Just those things. And, anything related to devils or demons related to solstice.
Totally. You take a bit of a look around, flicking through a few of the familiar shelves here, pulling down a few books that you'd previously looked at that have some infernal decipherings that aren't available publicly, that give a little bit more information to some fiendish background, some stuff that covers the eternal struggle for power between demons and devils, the river that meets between their planes. You find a tome that lists off a few powerful demonic beings. Some that are a little bit more known, almost used as like bedtime stories. The Demogorgon, a hungering mass of mouths and tendrils. Orcus, Lord of the Undead. And it depicts a rivalry between Orcus and the Demogorgon. Even within demonic ranks, the higher ranking demons were always at each other's throats. Baphomet, or Baphomet, the Prince of Beasts. Most of the demons described here are what you expect demons to be. These hulking masses that look of bestial origin. You're not seeing anything in this book, at least, on this Lady of Decay. You look at another and another. And in this collection of books that was made available, at least, to members of the house, it is almost off-putting that there is no mention of the being that you're looking for.
Is there perhaps any mention of the prophet?
Looking through, moving your shift from demonic to infernal, shifting that search to devilish books. Give me another investigation check here.
Well, also, like, I presume it's not, but I'll just check for her name as a devil as well.
Totally.
Investigation?
Yes.
That will be 16.
16. The fiendish section on devils is probably the place that you're most familiar with in this library, the place that you would have asked to look at and were most curious on. You take a look over that. You find a few books in similar vein to that you found on the demons that denote those of high power. Names that, as a child, you would have told stories about to others in the house. Zerial, Bel, Baal, Gaziel, Balin. These names of fear and infernal activity. Beelzebub, Barbados. And eventually you get to a point looking through those of high enough rank. The Prophet of Death. A title bestowed to an archdevil, duke, or commander who bore no name. The 11th commander of the forces of Asmodeus. Leader of the Wingless Horde.
Perhaps did any devils I saw, did any of them have wings?
So far, Xavier and the right hand both have. But give me a history check thinking back on...
14.
14. Thinking back to that night, there were definitely winged creatures. Thinking back on that night, the devils of strength that were within the mansion, as the flames burnt, screams to be heard. They were smaller creatures, imps, succubus, others like the right hand or with wings, but those that were larger, those that were strong. No.
Do any of these books have images depicting these beings, like drawings?
You scurry around for a little bit and eventually you find like a small tome that has a little bit more information, and you see a kind of brief sketch of this, not bestial, but one of the more inhuman of devil spawn. A lot of them do just look like humans and elves, but a few of them do look a bit more twisted, a bit more infernal. These had twisted faces that curled up, horns that came around, big, broad, hunched shoulders. These wingless horde.
Is there any mention of any like high ranking of the horde that maybe I recognize my mother or father fighting?
Looking through these books, there's nothing that quite matches what you remember seeing.
I will just rip out a page that mentions the horde.
Yeah.
And I will tuck it in my chest plate.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to go deeper for more knowledge. Last thing, is there any Bellwood books that are enchanted?
Interesting. Give me an Arcana check.
Pretty good. 16.
16. In this room, you don't notice any books that look like they carry arcane enchantment. Not at obvious first glance, anyway.
Well, are you all done with your reading time?
Yeah, I didn't find a lot.
No, I think my side as well. I think anything will be in the deeper levels.
Can I look to see if there's been any books that contain events of finding crystals in the civet?
Interesting.
Can we all help look?
Yeah. If
And
you
all
want to
roll?
give me a group investigation check here.
I will also
What did you go for?
I'll also add into the search that noting that Calvar mentioned that they were
Tethers.
the tethers, and
Totally.
maybe start heading that kind of
Oh,
direction.
yeah. Add in tethers to the
In the
search query.
Yeah.
Would I still get advantage from the catalog?
Yes, actually. I'll say everyone can take this with advantage.
So it's investigation.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what they
Okay.
say? 21.
Dirty 20.
17.
Pretty good. You start looking through here. You don't find any... Again, most of this is informational literature. This is all educational. Not much of this is first-hand accounts or findings or journals or diaries or anything like that, but you do find some information on the tethers. Tethers, as few have been discovered, are fragments of primordial essence. The parts of deities that birthed the world that have remained on its surface. There are few that have been found. It mentions that the tethers to the banished primordial deities look like jet black obsidian, void of the power they once held, void of the connection to those primordial beings. But it mentions the tethers that have been found. These 25, 30-foot tall columns of pure primordial power appear ripe with the colors of their patron deities. It is mentioned that of the black obsidian-like tethers, those of the often deemed evil primordials that were banished, two have been notably found. The first is that of the Devastator, which lies within the heart of the Beastlands. And another that belongs to the Lord of Darkness, which lies in the southernmost settlement of this continent. Those of the primordials that are still around, those that still hold color and hold power and hold domain,
My pen ran out. Backup pen.
the tether that is commonly referred to as the Red Ember, which is the primordial tether to the Forge Father, has been located in Elzar. The Blue Pearl, as it is referred to, the primordial tether of the Arbiter, the primordial of civilization, the one that you remember Victoria followed in, had been found in the northern lands near Lysar. No mention of the Platinum Dragon's tether ever being found or known of. It is mentioned that the Spellwright's tether, the Arcane Heart, was once discovered in the area that is now Shatterpoint Peninsula, but it has not been seen.
Was that near the city that it was like? Was that one of the sibling dragons?
That was near the mountain range that became Chassanor back in ancient times.
Sorry, what was the Arbiter's like thing?
Title?
Civilization?
It was
Yeah.
north of myself.
No. The title.
Blue Pearl.
No.
Yeah, the Blue Pearl is the primordial tether of the Arbiter, who is the deity of civilization.
There we go.
Deity.
There's a chance that maybe we might be the first to, well, we haven't witnessed it yet, but find this Platinum Dragons one.
And the Arcane Heart belonged to who?
The Spellwright.
We'll keep this book on us. Think anything else that's going to be useful will be further down. Not that I even know how to unlock it, but we should check the armory first. Don't get too excited.
As you're all leaving and heading back out into that hallway, Yorna, as you're leaving, following the others out, just quietly in the back of your mind, you hear a whisper of a voice.
Don't trust them. Find me.
Sorry, something stuck in my throat.
Alright.
You
Quite
catching a cough?
That's quite the aggressive exhale of a thing in the throat.
It's just a lot to process.
Yeah, that's fair.
I peek around. Is there any sign of that sword that Vorg mentioned?
No weaponry around here yet.
Do I know where I last saw my father?
In the room you're about to step into,
Oh,
the armory.
I will slowly open the door anxiously.
Open the door into this room. And as soon as you hear the door kind of hit its hinges, do that, you hear a noise somewhere through the stonework. This moving or something hitting a wall, off in one of the rooms beyond. But nothing immediately at your attention.
I just draw my blade just in case. And I'm like, just, well, be quiet and just be careful for now. Do you want to hold the lantern then? I need 2 hands.
You take You enter the armory here. You can see half-barren weapon racks up against one wall where it looks like some various equipment had been taken the night of the scuffle. Some of it's kind of fallen to the ground as people were moving through here in a hurry. You can see a few shelves that are still lined with parchments and a few vials that line them. A few little tables here and there with equipment in them. You see no remains. There's signs of a scuffle in here for sure. There's claw marks and gashes across some of the shelves in this room. Some of the stonework's cracked in places, and there is points of like black where blood has dried and just kind of become one with the stonework, but there's no sign that a fight ended in this room.
Just to let you guys know, this is the last place I saw my father. This fight didn't end here, though. Can I, like, classic video game investigation mode, where I start, start seeing everything
Batman.
and try to, like, figure out how the fight went and maybe where it led?
Yeah, totally. How are you going about that?
Claw marks, maybe. I learnt something where if blood drops and it leans any direction, that's where they were moving, and the further it stretches, the faster they were going.
Totally.
And so use blood and like scratch marks to lead.
So using your tracking skills almost like you're hunting a wounded creature, can you give me a survival check in this room?
Let's go. Oh man, it could have been so much better. Survival, not bad though. 16.
16. You can see a smattering of blood on the floor, and you kind of crouch down next to it and rub like a thin layer of dust off of the ground in here. And you can see, faint as faint can be, etchings of what looks like infernal rune, as if something had transported directly into this chamber. Looking around, you can see it looks like weaponry has been flung around in here. Blood that has been flung in a few different directions. But eventually you get the sense that the fight that was in here, as you notice, part of the door frame is cracked, led out of this room.
Into
the hallway.
that we just came from?
Yeah.
Well, any armor or anything you find here that you might want to use, feel free. Just don't think my father's fight ended here, so his blade will be somewhere else. Even I only touched it once, I think, in my childhood. It was very particular of not holding it if you weren't, I guess, it feels really weird to say the one, if you get what I mean.
Ready?
Yeah, I guess. You had to be the headliner, the family, I guess.
Even so, I'm gonna still have a peek around and see if I can find the blade, or maybe like part of it. Maybe it got smashed up. Like,
Yeah.
I'll just look for it.
I'll look for just any armor or weapons that seem useful.
Yeah, totally. Anyone that's having a look around, feel free to give me an investigation check.
Bam, 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 bam.
Oh, not 20.
Damn.
23.
27. We all just went, "Ooh." Investigation.
Yeah, what game does that?
What?
Like where you can like stop and like just camera free view to look around and see if
Witcher,
there's
Last of
anything.
Us.
Oh yeah, so you can like,
Oh yeah,
you can see smells now.
Yeah,
Things like that.
yeah. Classic.
Like there's a slight red thing hovering over this.
Oh, the Witcher.
Devil May Cry 1 and 3 never could. It's a guess this thing could be clicked.
Oh, yeah.
Got our Witcher sense.
We rolled too high. Jacob's like, God damn.
Yeah.
You found everything.
Okay, you start to have a bit of a look around in this room. As you're all occupied, looking for your own stuff in here, Yorna, as you're walking through this room here, you notice on one of these shelves a small ornamental metallic skull. These weaving designs carved into it. As you get closer to it, you hear that voice again.
Take it and find me.
I'm gonna try to think back to whatever's talking to me and just say, can I get the others to help me look for you?
They will betray you. Find me.
Who are you?
No response.
I look at the skull.
Hmm.
Do I get a weird juju vibe from it? Like a cursed
I mean,
item?
it's like a cold, like almost blue-black metal that's been ornately carved.
Does Yorna all look really weird just staring at this thing? It's like,
I mean, if you want to give me a perception check.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Oh. I was like, what number is that? I'm like, the lights reflect. I'm like, it's on that 20. For a 30.
I mean, you see Yorna kind of curiously looking at a shelf before she grabs something.
Do I notice it's a skull thing?
With a nat 20, probably.
You have a lot of skull-themed items here.
I was just thinking that, actually.
1, 2.
It's really
Have
weird.
you always had that, or has someone just dumped these here?
I don't think anyone's come down here.
I forgot that, yes.
But I don't think I've ever seen us really have skull items before. To be fair, like, can't maybe useful trinkets look creepy, you know? Can't blame people for using useful items, even if they're a little weird. Sounds really bad. It sounds like I'm trying to defend us for having skills. I don't really know what it does.
Continuing to look around. Vorg, and as Yorna joins you, the two of you would notice a heavy set of metallic boots and a shield still on the armor rack in the corner.
Ooh.
A shield?
Let's have a look, see what it is. Maybe I've seen it before.
The boots will be very familiar to you. These were issued not infrequently to members of the house. These are boots of silver wyvern scale.
Uh-oh, what does that do?
Classic boot.
A familiar item
A
that you can have back.
Yes, thank you.
Do either of you want to give me history or arcana checks here?
I'll do...
On the shield, that is.
No, that's not how that works. Yeah, I'll do Arcana.
I'll do history.
17.
That will be unnatural 20.
A natural 20. Yorna, you notice that this has a bit of an inscription on the back, a brief, kind of subtle enchantment. And as Vorg starts kind of looking at this and you start reading aloud some of these inscriptions, you begin to recall stories of this shield being an aid to those who had protected themselves and others. That this is an arrow-catching shield.
What an arrow-catching stuff.
Do I know what Bellwood would have used this, perhaps?
Do you know what Bellwood would have used this?
Oh.
Just passed it, I thought.
I didn't read all the way.
The last part's so good. Oh my god.
Huh?
So good.
Oh no, but I already have a +1 shield, but that's so good.
I'll give you a +2 and
Oh,
it's a
wait.
range.
Ranged attacks.
So it jumps to a +4 shield.
Yeah, if it's ranged.
This once belonged to a Navia Bellwood.
No.
I'm sure I've heard a story of
She
Navia
sounds
using it,
cool.
so I'll just explain it.
Yeah.
Being like,
She
I
used
believe Navia Bellwood used it in the past. Was quite a gifted protector, protected their spellcaster quite well. Feeling hands that it ends up to someone like you.
You happy to have me have it?
Yeah, I'd recommend you have it. It suits your style more than it does my own.
It looks very nice too.
Got like a
Very
cool
nice.
symbol on it or something.
I'm going to have the Bellwood crest in
Hell
the
yeah.
front. Maybe with a few arrow dings up the front.
Amazing. I'm ripping the fam.
Yeah, as long as you use it to shield me, then
Well,
You
as
know,
long
even
as you're
trade.
close enough.
even trade.
Alright.
Were these boots something my father would have worn?
He would have had a pair, yeah.
I'm gonna take off my leathery boots
chuck those on.
and I'll put them in my bag and I'm gonna chuck these boots on.
Yeah, totally.
Because I remember off heart that they're non-attunement.
Lily, as you're wandering around looking at a few of the other shelves here, on one of them you notice a vial that has been wrapped and bound for incredibly safe keeping.
Pardon me.
A vial of a dark amber liquid.
Dark amber.
And on the shelf below it, a metallic rod of a gleaming platinum that has almost what looks like a glass marble at the end of it that you get the sense is some sort of wand.
The rod.
I will say that you immediately get there'd be a note or something attached to the vial, but the wand would require a little bit of investigation on that.
What's the vile stuff?
Oh, it's like an oil.
Oh, handy.
Mm. Do you want it?
What is this? Yeah.
I feel like it's better in your hands.
Jesus Christ. God is really good.
Yoink.
That elixir, as she shows it to you, is one of those things that you had only ever seen used in moments of dire need for additional force.
Yeah, I would have heard like stories from Sebastian about my father using it once or twice.
Yeah.
It would work really well on my ammunition, to be honest.
You can have it.
You don't mind?
No? I like this wand.
Can you stack stuff?
Boop, boop.
Because I've got my goop of
Stack
of
effects.
coolness.
Depends on what it says that it does.
As long as it doesn't say like
One
sharp.
effect at a
Land
time.
hands polish. Use an action, you can apply one use of the polish to a weapon. When you do so, the weapon deals an additional 1d4 damage on the next 4 successful attacks.
It's a different thing.
Can you imagine you'd stick
Just
that
stay
on
on
it
it.
as well?
I'll put that in like an easy to grab area just in case.
Yeah.
As I'm putting these boots on, I just think back to kind of seeing my father wear things like this a lot. And I always, I guess, pictured myself wearing these one day, so it's kind of nice to have them.
And what do they do?
They don't make like a large.
Oh yeah, they do.
Oh boy, I can't show it, but if I'm falling, I could make a large shockwave and move up to 40 feet in any direction.
This is what Bjorn had?
Yeah.
It is. Well, because when Jacob was like, I'm giving these back to you, I'm like, these look like the boots Bjorn used to have.
Yeah. And this is where they came from.
Yeah. Good old silver wyverns.
Yep.
I look around just because I'm curious now, thinking about the boots. Could I find maybe when my father would have geared up anything?
Interestingly, looking around here, there doesn't seem to be any individual person or belongings.
Do I know of like how he geared up before his missions? If he had a specific place or?
It feels bizarre now thinking back on it. No.
I'm gonna. Is it a waste? Fuck it. I'm gonna cast. By casting, I mean throw my powder detect magic up.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna, because it lasts what, like a minute, I believe.
Yeah, something like 10 minutes or something like that.
I'm gonna use that for the rest of the hour. Just kind of
Yeah, totally.
throwing it out every so often. I want to see if there's any hidden areas, like a hidden latch or something that he would have kept it. Because it feels, I don't feel like he would put his gear with everything else. You know what I mean?
Toss that up. Immediately, you see several of the parchments on the shelves kind of give off a few faint glows. You notice also a pouch that is sitting on one of the shelves, gives off a faint aura. You're not seeing anything in here that looks like hidden entrances or exits or anything like that.
Then with the being able to see like the powder glow with my eyes, I'll grab the pouch and like just whatever parchments and I'll just fold it up.
Totally. You pick up and examine a bag of holding.
I was hoping it would be the bag of holding.
And you find several spell scrolls within this room.
As a side note, I'd like to keep my eye out for any more small ornate skulls.
Yeah, totally.
I'm collecting them.
Well, this one's mine.
Hmm?
I also
Oh, your
have
pendant one. Yeah.
Pick up the bag of holding. Like, I like giving out treats to everyone, but also like I carry so much equipment.
In my past life, this would have been so lovely to have.
I have a feeling in your past life you'd also like misplace just a normal water bottle. Is it like a regular bag of holding, or does it look cool?
He's got a face.
Looks however you want it to look.
Yeah, it looks like
Okay.
this.
There's a Bellwood issue bag of holding.
This is a Bellwood issued. Yep, it's green with like gold. What do people call it? Not trimming, like
Not trimming. Thread?
thread. Yeah.
Like an embroidery or something.
Yeah. Exactly.
You pick up a few scrolls from around this room. You find a scroll of Dimension Door. You find a scroll of Fireball.
There it is.
You find a scroll of Lightning Bolt.
Oh God.
And you find an interesting looking scroll, which between yourself and Lily kind of looking over it, this is a scroll of Knock, but it is written across multiple languages and in different tongues and would require a Bellwood to decipher it.
Knock lets you unlock anything.
Magic doors and stuff. That might be what we
to
need.
hang on to that.
Okay. You know what? I grab all the attack spells.
Ugh.
Yeah. I can't cast spells.
Okay.
Not Lily being
On
able
that
to do
note.
fireball.
I'm gonna put the bag of holding on.
Yeah.
I don't think it's attunement. No.
Nope.
Shouldn't be.
Just an item.
This would be the smartest way. Put my hand in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just start thinking of like my father's gear
Mhm.
and see if he keeps it there instead.
Interesting.
Because if he has no
What do you
location for it
feel?
or a room, a bag of holding
What
would
do
be
you
a really smart place. Because you could get dressed on the go.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna think like a cloak or a chest plate.
Interesting. You start thinking through various belongings. You start reaching through. You find partial pieces of equipment. A metallic gauntlet and shoulder pad that look like they were once worn as a single set. No, not much more of an outfit. But eventually, as you're looking through here, you reach in and pull out a much less damaged version of the pendant that you wear around your neck.
Oh shoot.
Gleaming in platinum silver, that symbol of the Bellwood tree, engraved into a much more gleaming piece of metal that has not been burnt or melted or aged.
Can I... Do I feel like this was my father's? Did I ever see him with this bag?
Look, thinking back on it, you might have. It's nondescript enough that it would have blended in with an outfit. And I mean, you turn this pendant over, and there's an A-B engraved on the back.
Alexander Bellwood.
I will take mine off. I don't even know who the hell's mine is.
It's just a random Bellwoods one? I thought it was yours.
No, I didn't get one.
You
I wasn't a Bellwood at the time, okay?
No, you did go over this. Did
my best.
I did my best.
I'll put my father's one on.
Yeah.
Did I ever see him wear the...
You tell me.
Yeah, if it was like a one-armed thing, yeah.
Yep.
I'll put it on.
Hmm.
I'll take off my leather shoulder pad and my gauntlets or anything I have on, and I will start putting on the like plated
Totally.
armor pad.
Ooh.
Well, I guess I'm a mix match of his gear so far. Maybe we could find the rest where he is. I might.
May I? And I point to the bag of holding.
Sword.
Ornamental skull.
Oh,
Nothing.
Sword.
Nothing.
Never mind.
I think there might be. I'm just gonna quickly put my hand in there, and I'm just gonna think potions. Not to pull any out, but just to see if I
Yeah, totally. You feel the tips of your fingers like clamp around a few vials.
close back, and I'll put it on, and I'll just knowing anything. If he had this on him, he would have been prepared for anything, and this will be a random guess and hope I can pull stuff if need be.
I like that.
Bag of tricks.
Yeah.
As you're exploring and look around this room, again you hear that somewhere distant behind stonework.
I know this may sound selfish, but before checking the other rooms, probably don't even need to check the creature room. I kind of want to investigate this battle.
I
If it
think
looks-
I think it would be interesting. Plus, you will probably find more of his gear.
Yeah.
I also think wherever that noise is probably coming from the creature's room.
Yeah, I would assume that. I'll start investigating into the hall and
Yeah,
start tracking like it's a wounded animal.
totally. Give me another survival or investigation, your choice.
I would like to help. I'm looking for marks on the wall. Like I'm using Vorg as like a guide to see where I should be looking.
Yeah. You want to roll as well then?
What is that? Investigation?
Yeah.
Survival?
Investigation for you, I'd say, on this.
Aish.
27.
I don't
Yay,
think I
damn.
need the help. God damn.
All right. Start looking through, and again, dust has settled and soaked up most remnants of a battle here. You can see on one of the stone walls of that hallway scrape marks running along it. Looking down within, like the cracks in the stonework, faint drops of blood. You get over to that mirror that's shattered on the ground and kind of lift up part of it, and you can see like a partially bloody handprint that has essentially yanked this off of the wall.
Like pulled it down on purpose?
Yeah.
Can I stand the mirror up to where it used to be?
Yeah. Stand the mirror back up so that it blocks that door at the end of the hallway here.
Is anything under it, or?
Looks like whoever ran through here tore this off the wall to get to the door behind.
Look it. And I'm gonna pull out the scroll.
Mm.
The other rooms can wait. Down here's what's important, and I'm gonna decipher this knock spell.
Totally. Vorg sits there for a moment, running through infernal runes and abyssal runes, and sylvan enchantment, and elven language, and dwarven scripture, and common, and a few symbols that you've only seen used by house members and have to kind of piece together. Partially in code, partially in written tongue. Is there anything else that Yorna or Lily are doing while Vorg is sitting in the hallway for a time?
was there an inscription on the wall?
Where are we thinking? In the armory or the hallway?
You're talking about the door?
Yeah, the door.
Yeah, so where Vorg is currently sitting, have you left that mirror up or have you taken it back
I
down?
would have taken it down to do this.
So at the end of that hallway where Vorg is currently sitting is this big archway that almost looks like an art piece at the end of this hallway. Enchanted runes around it, that big engraved symbol of the Bellwood tree branching out.
Am I able to tell what those symbols are?
Give me an Arcana check.
Also, while I do this, am I able to kind of just spin the necklace around and try it too?
Yeah, totally. You can take some time to do that.
Ooh. 4.
I mean, you're able to determine that some of these are like wizardry runes that would denote like locking or sealing, but there are other things in here that you don't quite recognize.
Can I think back to my studies if I've seen these before?
You would have probably seen people playing pranks using the spell Arcane Lock that essentially magically seals something. This feels like the level 9 equivalent of that spell, almost.
Tough lock to crack.
You look down at Vorg and you see probably the most unkept version of his hair as he's like ruffled his nose with his hand and he's like,
With a sweating bullet.
what the fuck is this? This is really only one of us could ever decipher this.
You need help?
No one ever puts this much thought into learning like 8 languages and now they're all here.
I try to help to decipher.
The two of you sit down for a time. What is the ultimate aim with this exercise here?
I want to learn the incantation.
Yeah.
Because I assume this... No, I assume that the Bellwoods probably have this language barrier there because it's so powerful and to not have people be able to do it. But also, maybe a Bellwood has to just do it. So I'm just trying to figure out what this incantation is.
You take a bit of time to decipher. And with Lily's aid, kind of running back and forth and translating between these various tongues back into common.
They're like, do you know Alvin? You do this part.
This is essentially a ritual version of the knock spell that can pass through almost any arcane barrier.
Oh, shit.
Damn.
As you are weaving through this, translating it back to common, you still get the sense that this needs a caster to cast, but is very much something that would take you a few minutes to scribble back down into common or elven or something.
I'll start scribbling it down. Do I know if my father knows spellcasting a little bit?
Not to the extent that he would be able to use this scroll alone.
And the thought comes to how he got in. It was already open.
Maybe someone was there with him.
To make this go quicker, I'm going to, as I'm writing it, tell the incantation / ritual to Lily to begin casting as I decipher each part. Instead of waiting for the whole thing.
All right. Then, from the two of you, can I please get from Lily an Arcana with advantage? And from Vorg, the best way to do this. Given the mix of languages here and the fact that you would have learned them for different reasons, you can make this either survival, history, or religion with advantage.
Oh my god, I've never had so many options. I'm choosing survival. Just could I have advantage on wisdom checks?
17.
Okay.
18.
What's the total of that?
35.
It is 35? Okay. You begin muttering this incantation. And Yorna, you kind of sit back and watch for a moment here as over the course of about 10 minutes, the longest spell scroll that you've seen in your life, as is being translated partway down the page, Lily beginning to weave the arcana as the topmost words begin kind of pulling themselves off of the parchment. What does this effort look like as the two of you start weaving the spell off of the book?
I think I would speak it in the language that it was originally written in, and then do a translation into common for Lily to then do.
And then I repeat. And then those words swirl around me.
As you're there pulling and weaving the words from the page off, moving that arcana through you and direct it towards the door. Over the course of 10 minutes, one by one, the runes, the engravings around the edge of this frame slowly. A letter in common, an abyssal rune, an infernal rune, celestial, fey, elven, dwarven. These various scriptures creating a column of light around here as the incantation fills the room. Blues mixing with greens as various kinds of magic are working together here.
Is there anything in the scroll that would seem like someone, if they've casted it once, be able to just enter at will afterwards?
As you're getting to the bottom of this parchment, this is not so much an effort to unlock the door once, but allow someone the ability to move through it.
I see.
And as that spellcraft comes to an end, in the center of the door, where that tree moves up, as the last rune locks into place, the entire engraving of that tree moves, like the stone itself is enchanted. The branches curl down and the trunk itself parts until there is a flat panel in the door, big enough for someone to place their hand.
Guess it shall be me.
Of course.
Here's my armored hand.
You reach out your hand and place it, and it feels warm to the touch, despite being ancient stone that is set down here for hundreds of years. You reach out and touch it. The branches of this tree gather the energy from those runes on the edges, the dancing lights of blues and greens curling down the branches towards your hand. As they do, that light gathers under your palm. And as Lily finishes that incantation, the scroll itself kind of deapparates and turns to dust as the last bit of energy is dispelled into this. That light, that warmth fills your arm to the point that it feels like you've just put it into a bath of hot water. And you feel that new Bellwood emblem that hangs around your neck, now attuned to you, is granted access and is registered to a different individual than it once was.
Did the name on the back change?
They have not changed, but a new set engraved beneath them. VB. That warmth fills your chest for a time. And with your hand on that door, you can feel that it is alive and awaiting command.
I'll put my hand out, and I don't know how much of command it can take, but I'm gonna say, open for us three, and don't let anyone else in.
Burst that through. And for a time, you swear that those stone images of that tree, for just a moment in your eye, look like actual roots of a tree. As you watch that mass of stone just pull away, It does not open, it does not crumble, it simply disappears and leaves an open archway. And in front of you, a spiral staircase that leads down into some further darkness.
Just stand there and I think. I know that it's been almost 11 years, but part of me wants to rush down hoping my father's okay. So I borrow the lantern and start heading down.
Take that lantern out, begin moving down the staircase. Every so often, still behind you, echoing through the chambers, you hear that disappears into just noise in the background as you head down.
How deep are we compared to when we were above? Would you say 1 kilometer wouldn't have been enough from my casting of primeval
You
wind?
would still have sensed anything that was
Okay.
down here. As you move down, the lantern light catches the staircase in front of you. It catches the walls around you as you descend the staircase. But at a point, as you're moving down, even at the maximum range of that lantern, it is still darkness. The chamber beneath you is gargantuan. You can see the little bit of its light kind of crossing the ceiling 60 feet in either direction and still not hitting a wall.
I don't like this.
I'm gonna try something. Bellwood room. Can you light our path?
As you speak out, there is no response. Nothing that quite triggers or happens. But after a brief moment, ancient arcane runes kicking back into life as that door has been opened for the first time in over a decade. Eventually the magic kicks back in, and maybe 40 or 50 feet to your left and right as you're on this staircase, you watch as what look like tiny little candlelight flames erupt on chandeliers around you. And even from the tiny little light sources, a massive chamber beneath you is lit up below. You can see you are maybe 50 feet above a library that is the size of the estate. Books and shelves and statues beneath you. There is a catwalk that's slightly eye level where there's a little bit more, the main floor below. And as the lights come on and you can see the grandeur of the room beneath you, you hear something call out as the lights turn on.
Friends?
No.
Who is
Could I
it?
hand the lantern over to Yorna? I'll
Who's here?
rush down. Be like, Vorg, House of Bellwood.
You
Who are
hear,
you?
you hear this shuffling sound. There's
Friends?
You hear this as the needle-like legs come scratching across tile floor. And I think we'll end the session there
Needle-like
as
legs?
something comes rushing towards you from the darkness. down here.
Needle-like legs?
My heart.
Needle-like legs?
That's some Devil May Cry monster shit right there.
What?
Oh,